pawns. Hi, Skivix. Yeah, there's still some time, but I couldn't think of anything else. I couldn't sleep. I went to bed like 4 hours ago, thinking I would sleep half the night, then get up and do the stream. And I couldn't. It's the first time in ages that I couldn't fall asleep. So yeah, I'm just too excited. Just too excited. So I tossed and turned for 2 hours. I got up, tootled around with some chess, and yeah, I'm still way early, but yeah, just waiting for Gukesh and Ding. That's all I'm doing here, to be honest. Yes, Nestro, we are going to stream the whole event here on Chess Dojo. We'll be passing the torch between myself and Jesse and Kostya. So it won't be one of us all the way through, I mean, I personally will not stream the entire event, but as a team we will. So, yeah. All day today I was like, we'd be doing random things. I'd be thinking, Gukesh is probably having breakfast right now, or I wonder if he's taking a walk right now, or I wonder, like, oh, by now it's lunchtime. I just can't stop thinking about Singapore, so here we are. You wanted to catch the start before you go to sleep. Isn't it already morning time for you? The round starts in 40 minutes for anybody who doesn't know. I feel like everybody in here is has their clock set to Singapore time right now. In Singapore, I think it's 7:20 p.m. No. The round is at, I'm trying to get this right. The round's at 5 p.m. daily. So it should be 4:20 p.m., I think, in Singapore on Monday the 25th. And for me, it is 12:20 a.m. Just became Monday moments ago. Greetings, Aroldo. Hi, Sushan. Hi, Wise Tamarin. And good morning, Lumbra. Hola, Dennis. Oh, we got people streaming in quickly here for this. Pooh Bear, hey. How's it going, Scotty? We've got somebody addicted to the 64 squares here with us. Welcome to the dojo. Heroin Addict 64. It starts in 40 minutes. Yes, Pandas. Starts in 40 minutes. I'm just hanging out and chilling while waiting. I should be sleeping. I couldn't sleep, so there you go. I really wanted to watch this, so much so that I took a nap in the middle of the day. I tried to go to bed early, but we'll see. We'll see. The World Championship should be somewhat epic. It should take several days. It should be exhausting. We'll see how it goes. It looks like Gukesh has white in the first game. He's the one whose openings are harder to predict. Dr. Boom asking, can I guess what the first move will be? I'd say 60% chance of D4, 35% chance of E4. It's really hard for me to say, Dr. Boom. I'm sorry. Gukesh is very hard to predict for everybody, I believe. 40 long minutes. Yes, yes, yes. Very long minutes. Let me see. We could switch over to this thing here. And open up a board like this if we wanted to. And play a little chess while we wait if we wanted to. Or analyze some openings. Just waiting for Gukesh and Ding. Peter thinks maybe knight f3 would be a little surprise, yeah. All right, I'm just gonna play another game while we're waiting. Knight f3, b3, anything's possible. Everybody's pumped up. Let's go. Let's just move some pieces. The real Kramnik is here to hang out with us. And let me try starting to learn this. Maybe e6 should be good. Why retreat the knight unless you have to, right? Boom. Let's try and trade stuff. Let's trade some Stuffovich. Queen e2, maybe I have to play a6. Player's fast and not letting me get castled. Thank you, Marcus. Glad you like it. I have no tournament scheduled, much less a tournament at which I could become a grandmaster, so definitely don't hold your breath on that one. This position is, I guess, relatively close to equal for now. Bishop b6, taking the d file, but it's not grave. It's not, like, very problematic for me. Knight d6, queen e6, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, Singapore time zone is tough for me. Good morning, Falk. Good morning, Chess Under Fire. Either predicting a ding win or hoping for a ding win, one or the other. Knight d6, queen e6, knight b7, rook b8. Should be fine. Let's approach the battlefield slowly with the queen. Maybe there's like a tiny threat of knight b4. The opponent doesn't think so. Yeah, the candidates was fun. That was very fun. Real Kramnik was blocked. Do I notice a difference in the quality of my chess? Depending on time of day, I don't know. I don't play enough. I don't play enough blitz to have a really great precise answer to that question. Okay, he doesn't want to. Yeah, and the queen's defending that. Okay, let's try and get that rook off the board since I don't have the file. Should I take the d file now? Maybe. Okay. Pawn there. I see that. Let's not do anything too fancy here. Oh my god, I missed the move queen e8 when I planned this line. I think one of the main things that my chess quality depends on is focus, right? Whether I'm more or less focused. Ay, coming in. Ay, caramba. So if I take here, there's queen e6 with mate. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Jesus, the opponent could even just take here, huh? This move was who knows what. Basically, I'm not focused right now, so I'm not going to play particularly well right now. Oh! Here covers queen f4. Why did I switch up my move? How much time left? The match starts in 28 minutes. Where will the official broadcast be? Right here, my friend, right here. Right here. That was unfortunate. Yeah, I planned queen d6 long before Tarash, and I should have played queen d6, queen d1, queen d6, etc. Absolutely, Kipper Lang. We can definitely hope for a good match, no matter what. Oh, looks like we got a lot of people here waiting for the match to start. All right. Sorry to offend the refined palates in attendance with some blitz instead of classical, and very poor blitz at that. But I don't know what to say. Uzbekistan is a scary nation to face these days. I should have drew, yes. Have I read about Vantika Agarwal? I have not, so I don't know anything about it. Sushan, why do people... That's correct, Francois. Starts in 26 minutes. Why do strong players retire early? Depends, you know. Some people have other things they want to do. That's one reason, right? And other people struggle with playing less well than they did at their peak. You know, because basically it's a fact that most people are going to play worse after age 40 than they did between age, 20 and 35. So it's basically an unavoidable fact. It's not a matter of like you could train more and it wouldn't happen to you. It's going to happen to basically everybody. And some people will lose their enjoyment of chess when they know they're not playing their best. They find it more frustrating than enjoyable. Good morning, Falgry. She drew her game and the arbiters called it a loss? Why did the arbiters call it a loss? What on earth am I doing? I had planned knight e5, queen c8, rook c8, de5, but there was just knight f3 check in between move, winning every single piece. So, oops on that. Let's get her out of here before I blunder something else. Does she have room to live on this other side? Greetings, Anonymous Comic. Guess my opponent wants to castle queenside. Oh, they want to go bishop f5 now. Hi, Gaurav. Sack a rook just because. Yeah, I mean, I was considering sacking some stuff there, Nova Stars. I was considering rook h1, bishop g2, attacking both my pieces, and then bishop takes g6, king to d7 or king d8, and then I've got 3 pieces hanging, and that was going to lead to sacking some stuff. Hey, Carl. You know, I'm just coming off of a weekend. And on the weekend, I don't go to the gym because my kids are home. So I'm not sore at all right now. Very rare. Very rare. Game 1 prediction? I don't have any special predictions game by game. Maybe a3 to play bishop b4. Is that even better than bishop a5? Let's try that. Oh, but this guy just wants to put the knight here. That didn't go well at all. I just hung a piece, folks. I don't know what I'm doing, folks. Other than just flagging, you know. That's what happens at this phase of the game for me. I get to a point where I just start hanging all my pieces and stuff and can't really do anything about it. Knight f7, bishop e6, yeah. Now let's try knight f7. Ooh, sneaky. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm literally just flagging here. Wow, I haven't flagged yet. Oh, you can't get enough. You can't get enough of the weak Prus. Oops. Oops, mon ami. Unbelievable. Did my opponent have mate in one? Maybe. When I'm under 10 seconds, I can't answer for anything. And the no engine analysis is what you shall get, Jack Gleason. Yes. I have no idea, Michelle. I've thought about it a lot, and I don't know what openings Gukesh will pick. Just too hard for me to figure out. Okay, I recently read a short article about how to calculate in chess. The first thing mentioned was find all of the opponent's threats. Who wrote the short article? Sounds like a laborious process. But I mean, unless this article was written by an important authority, Yeah, Grace. Let's go, Gukesh. Let's go, Gukesh. I mean, the first thing was find all of the opponent's threats. That's not how I calculate, so I don't know. That was a very poor game by me, I gotta say. I'm kicking off the commentary, hubba hubba, yeah, hubba bubba. And then Jesse will be coming in at some point. Is it weird you're more excited for this than Magnus versus Nepo? Not necessarily, Zane. Magnus was a very big favorite against Nepo, but Nepo had like a good run to the candidates. It looked like he was playing the best he had ever played. We may have some version of a Dojo eval today, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we will or not. Hey Pratik, do you play classical games yourself? Second question, do you analyze your classical games after you play them? Third question, when you analyze those games, do you find any typical mistakes? Is there a particular opening that is played more in World Championship games? Asked Thomas. Thomas, that's changed with the eras. You know, like Capablanca versus Aljechin, they played a lot of Queen's Gambit. Then when Kasparov came along, it was, you know, Sicilian and very sharp, concrete openings. After Kramnik, e4 was briefly sentenced to death by the Berlin. And since Kramnik, there was a brief period where they played a lot of d4. Some e4 has started to be played again, and usually black plays the Berlin, occasionally black plays the Sveshnikov, as played by Gelfand and Magnus, for example, in World Championship matches. Okay, Pratik. So let me turn back around your original question. Which part of the game do you think you should invest in learning? And Mark has asked if we could see a King's Gambit from Gukesh today. Seems so unlikely now, yeah? Skibix, you'd like to know at some points along the way what elements do I use to determine who is better? The thing is, Skibix, as a very experienced player, that changes from position to position. Like, sometimes I know who's better just based on who's played correct moves up to that point. Other times it's based on sort of looking at different factors in the position, like, you know, pawn structure, bishop pair, stuff like that. Sometimes it's simply by analogy to similar positions I've seen before. So, you know, you might see a position like this, and maybe you've seen some similar games with c takes d, e takes d, and both sides castling queenside. And so you just sort of evaluate based on experience without even laying out what the advantages or disadvantages are that each side has. I actually don't have a lot of experience in this position, so throughout this game, I pretty much didn't know what the evaluation was. How's that for helpful? So a fourth scenario is where I just have no idea what the evaluation is, period. Let me take a quick computer look through the game at how I did. Here it says H3 and Rook G7 is best. That's the line I thought I knew. I threw this in out of curiosity. And here, after Queen E5, the move Knight E5 is winning for black. I did see that before my opponent didn't play it. Retreated, Knight B6, Bishop D2, G6 is the best move apparently. And the best move is to sack the pawn, and black is better after they take it. Knight G5 is best, not the Rook H1 thing I was looking at. Castle, castle, all correct. Knight B5 is slightly bad. I mean, I'm slightly worse no matter what. But the computer seems to want me to play Rook E1 and then E4. Just ruining my structure to open my pieces. What a menu, Fougry. I'm going to need some help too pretty quickly. So what should I do? Knight E6, Queen E6, A4. This move here was not good. This move was good. So I didn't particularly do anything wrong. I was just always worse. And this move hung my bishop to B6. So that was a problem. Should have traded on E6 to save the piece, but I panicked and was down to 20 seconds from here on out. And then I know I'm losing the whole time. Wait, it says E5 was better here. Oh yeah, E5. And if the knight retreats, E6, getting the piece back. Oops. Now D6 is pretty good. I did this one, trying to be tricky. Knight takes D8 was check, and I didn't notice that. Oh god, I can't watch anymore. I mean, I've got 5 seconds on the clock. I don't want to see what I was doing with 5 seconds on the clock. Ay. Okay. Well, I won 6 out of blitz games while waiting here, and it's very uncommon for a chess player to recognize themselves as having been lucky, but I was very lucky today. I should have scored about 3.5 or 4 out of 7 and scored 6. That happens every now and then, you know. All the people who think they're getting unlucky, somebody must be getting lucky. It's just normally we never notice or acknowledge our own luck somehow. All right, let's switch scenes to the Gukesh scene. It's getting closer to time. And so we can switch over here, close that, get that ready. Here we go, folks. We are 10 minutes away from the World Championship match. They came here to ask me what opening would Gukesh play. I told them I had no idea. They probably moved to other broadcasts where somebody has an idea. But what's the point of predicting what you don't know if you truly don't know it? If I had an inkling, I would share it. Will there be a delay? We don't know. We don't know. 8 minutes left, Nova Stars. 8 minutes till liftoff. Will it be another Catalan World Championship? There could be some Catalans from either side. My expectation for Gukesh is that with the white pieces, he's going to vary his openings. Jesse thinks he's going to vary his openings with white and with black. And just bounce all over the place. Indeed, O'Donnell, it was not good for the fans that Chess24 and Chess.com merged, but do recall that Chess24 was going to go out of business otherwise. So even if they hadn't merged, Chess24 was going to disappear, and there wouldn't have been that competition. But you're right, competition would be great. I would love for someone else out there to do a broadcast with the engine eval bar and do a worse job than us and push us to do better. Hey, Gender Chess. Kostya apparently succumbed sometime after midnight. So he'll rejoin Jesse when he gets up. Steve Nash contributes that he heard there won't be a delay. And we also heard some whispers that there wouldn't be a delay. Like the security features are just going to be so good, they don't even need to do it. And everybody's dying to see the moves and can't wait. The delay might kill too many people. World Championship matches, that's right, Kipper Lane. They do have a great impact on opening fashion. So what will this one give us? If Gukesh plays e4, e5 against Ding, it's very, very likely we would get Gyoko Piano. Right? That's almost a 40-50% chance for this first game would be a Gyoko Piano. Francois thinks that with the report team and Gukesh being a favorite, we could get a lot of surprises from Ding, which has not been the modus operandus of Ding's career. In fact, if you had to like guess players who would fit Ding's style, you would never have guessed report as being like a big, as being an obvious partner. But yeah, they work well together despite the very, very different chess. And that is not completely uncommon that people work well together if they have very different chess. Ding would definitely play a Marshall. That would not be a huge surprise. Slavo asking, do we think that Gukesh will push hard in the first game? That, yes. All three of Jesse, Kosti, and I expected that Gukesh would push pretty hard with most of his white games. We had differences around that. Kostia thought there was a chance he'd be more cautious the first two games. Jesse thinks he's going to go absolutely mad, and I think he's just going to apply lots of pressure and just, you know, kind of be relentless, but not necessarily mad. You know what I mean? Like challenge Ding at every chance he can, but not be doing anything too weird or anything bad just to challenge him, you know. The pressure could be just playing a really long game, or it could be playing a new opening idea, or it could be, you know, any number of things. Am I awake already? Yeah, I'm awake. The game is about to start, Sui Crew. Yeah, we're getting very close to starting. 3 or 4 minutes away. Gender chess predicting an 8-6 with some cautious chess from Ding at the beginning. What if one of them plays like Fischer style? I think Gukesh does play somewhat like Fischer style chess, Elo. Do we know Gukesh's seconds? I've heard that Grzegorz Gajewski, a Polish grandmaster and former second of Anand in his world championship matches, is one of Gukesh's favorites, but I've heard that secondhand. I don't have confirmation or anything like that. Hey, Flash Waters, you know, you folks down under deserve an event that's at a good time for you, right? So many events are at bad times for you. So I'm glad, Gordon, that you get to enjoy this match at a reasonable time. How does one choose a second? I mean, I've rarely chosen a second. And when I did, I just went with a friend who was available. That was how I did it, Jack. Now at this level here, how do they do it? I mean, they probably know other players and talk about it and hear rumors about who is or isn't a good second among other top players. And you look for somebody who is a relatively strong player, but maybe not as good in terms of like over the board, maybe some nerves or some time pressure or something like that, but somebody who's like super good understanding of chess and openings. You also want somebody who you can get along with. I'm just kind of guessing here, Jack. Just kind of guessing on your question, giving some logical answers. You know, somebody like Ivanchuk would be a great second, right? Somebody who's like incredibly good at chess, but has some like nerve issues that mean that they're not playing in the world championship match, but they're so good that they could maybe be. Somebody like that would be amazing. Several people say Gukesh has been working with Gajewski for a while, so there you go. Yeah, I think you definitely need chemistry with a second, right? That makes sense. You have to be able to work well together, both personally and like chess-wise. I think you want somebody where you can sort of understand what they're saying, chess-wise, where you don't spend all your time arguing, but you also don't want to have exactly the same blind spots. I think you want a team with more than one person, right? I don't think you want 1 second. I think you want a team of 3-4 people, like Magnus used. That will mean less blind spots, for one thing. Yeah, Indonesia. Thank you. Jakarta Chess Club and Cafe. Jakarta. Is Jakarta a word that you made up as a mix of Czech and Jakarta? It's a nice one. I would be surprised if either of these players only has 1 second. I would think they'd have some more than this. Thank you, Kola. It's neither early nor late. It's just who knows when for me. Complete disorientation. All right, 1 a.m. has chimed. And so now, any moment, we could see a move. I'm just going to refresh like mad this board, right? Just refresh. Oh, there's this thing we can do on Twitch. We can run a poll. Everybody's like chatting the same question into chat, right? So let's let you guys guess what first move Gukesh will play. We'll see if the wisdom of the masses can get this one. Is the match televised? I don't know. Czech, Jakarta. Yes, you came up with it. Nice. Seville Levita. Says E4. It's going to start. I know, it's going to start. I don't know anything about the graphic design on the table, but I probably don't care too much. Just curious what they will play. There's the first move. And those of you who voted E4 have won. There's 3 seconds left in the poll if you want to quickly claim that you won. D4 won the poll. Wisdom of the masses fails this time. But, I mean, it was a 50-50 toss-up. French defense! A rapport special. Our first small surprise of the match. Gukesh doesn't blink. Plays his next move. He can't blink too much because he's got, some time trouble issues to worry about. I'm going to guess an advanced French. No, he plays knight c3. Okay. I guessed another move wrong already. Now I think Ding should play knight f6. But if he's going crazy, he could play knight c6. That's a report. That's a report special. Knight c6. French is not the most exciting surprise possible. It's not a King's Gambit, but it's not boring either. It's a fine opening. Thank you, Cole. Thank you. I'm sorry for your sleep. I hope you've made the right choice. All right. So Ding should be playing c5, knight c6, maybe queen b6 or bishop e7. He should be playing a sound line here. The French is not currently considered to be bad. Gukesh plays a small sideline here with knight c to e2 over knight f3. And from his time usage, he has not been surprised. This was within the scope of openings he prepared for. I saw a really interesting question a couple days ago, probably in the comments on a podcast, because we released 1,000 podcasts this week about the World Championship. And the question was, do they prepare for the Alyechen, the Pirts, or even worse openings than that, right? What are the lowest tier openings that these players will prepare for before going into the World Championship match? I think that's a great question. I don't know that question has ever been asked in all the millions of press conferences that happen. That said, I don't watch the press conferences, so it could have been asked without me knowing. But to me, that's like a cool question, you know? Like, do they prepare for the Owens defense or the Scandi, right? And if so, to what, you know, to what degree? And I think that's a question, I wouldn't ask that on the first day, because why would the players be honest about it during the match? But at the end of a match, or just ask a player someday in an interview who's been in a match before, right? Like Fabi, he played a match with Magnus. You could say, hey, Fabi, you went into that match planning to play E4. Had you prepared the Scandi? You know, I think that would be a great question. It'd be really cool to know something like that. So I think that was one of the better questions I've seen before. Okay, so after knight ce2, the first think of the game goes to Dingley Ren. There's no 30-second increment during the first 40 moves, by the way, folks. So, you know, 1:59:18 is a lot of time on Gukesh's clock. It means he hasn't thought yet. If he had a 30-second increment, you might say, oh, you know, he's already thought 3 minutes on one of the moves, or 3.5 minutes. But he hasn't. He's just sort of like blitzed this. I mean, they're not blitzing, right? So they're being polite and they're using basic decorum. They write down the opponent's move, then they play their move calmly, then they press the clock, you know. So it's you know, a 5 to 10 second process just to properly and decorously deliver your move. So now knight c6, c3, and we're transposing to a kind of Tarrasch French line with knight f3. That normally comes about like so. Well, actually, let me check. Are my two boards working at once like this? Yeah, okay. So I got my analysis and I've got my... So normally knight d2 here, here, here. f4, c5, c3, knight c6, knight here. And now let's say like bishop e7 from black, you could play knight e2 and get a position similar to what we're getting in the game. That said, through this move order, knight e2 is not considered the best move. I think white will play moves like g3 or bishop d3 first in this position. So, through this knight c3 move order, he's getting this structure here, which is generally considered like a pretty good line for white, but he doesn't have the full flexibility of going knight f3 and choosing when to play knight e2 and when to develop the bishops. So it's probably not too bad for black, but I don't know the theory here. I'm already out. Okay, Slavo thinks that the Gukesh team would think that the French was a reasonable possibility with Rapport. That makes sense. Rapport being a real, one of the foremost experts and thinkers on the French defense a couple years ago. Right, he gets to avoid c5 on move 3 with this move order compared to if he just played knight d2. If he just played knight d2, I think, you know, you really have to expect c5 from black. And a host of other third moves that you have to prepare for. You have bishop e7, a6, knight c6, h6. So, let's see. How many games is the match? It's 14 games long. I think it might only last 12 games, possibly. Another question people often ask. But in theory, it's a best of 14, meaning you have to get to 7.5 points to win the match. Yep, French defense. Reynolds says in Nepo Ding there was a Tarrasch French game. Let me go confirm that for you, because I don't remember for sure. I mean, maybe you know for sure and you're just telling us, but you said right question mark, so I'm gonna go confirm it for you. I was just looking through the games just a day ago, but now my memory is so bad. Well, 3 days ago. I don't know if that's enough to explain. Okay, let's see. Rui, English, Rui, Queen's Gambit, Nimzo, Rui, Queen's Gambit, English, Rui, Nimzo, French, Tarrasch. Nepo won a game in the French Tarrasch. And C5 was played, yeah. The knight GF3 line. So that's absolutely correct. So Ding played a French in the last World Championship match. That would be another reason for Gukesh to have prepared for the French, right? When Ding and Gukesh last played. In Wake on Zay, Ding beat Gukesh. Wake on Zay 2024. That was the last tournament, I think, where Ding won a classical game. I think he beat somebody else as well, 2 games. Greetings, good riddance, and good arrivance to you. Chess Latte points out that, or confirms, Chess Latte says that Gukesh is a big favorite. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Leontin 122 has just randomly stumbled on this event. So you're new to chess, Leontin? The rough odds on this match, I think it's... Well, people don't really know because there's a huge wild card in the match. Leontin, there's quite a crazy story behind it. But I think most people would guess that the 18-year-old Indian phenom Gukesh is an 85 to 90% favorite to win the match. And I guess that's why Chess Latte said it. They were answering for Leontin, yeah. Will we ever see Fabi in another World Championship match? It's not impossible, Ron Burgundy, right? But it's like a, it's maybe like a 10% chance. Because he probably only has 1 or 2 more cycles where he's really likely to be in the top 3 or 4 players in the world, right? I mean, Aragaisi, Gukesh, and Abdusattorov are a lot of young competition for him, right? And then basically, he can get to the candidates for sure. Then he has to win the candidates tournament with the current format. And the candidates tournament is an 8-player tournament where, roughly speaking, you're going to have 6 or 7 people with fairly even odds. So you've got, a 15% chance maybe for Fabi to make it through to win the candidates. Something like that. And maybe he'd have a 15% shot next year and a 10% shot 2 years later. It's not huge. It's very hard to get there, but it's not impossible. So Gukesh has incredible maturity. Seeing Gukesh play in that candidates tournament with the most insane pressure ever, that was really impressive. That was such a tough event. And the loss to Ali Reza was brutal. Hey MC, welcome. Not MC, who, by the way, folks, is an IM. as long as they haven't become a GM without me hearing about it. But MC is saying that it's a bad sign that Ding is already thinking. And I think there is an element where, the first person to be surprised by an opening or whatever may seem like a problem or may seem like a small disadvantage. But chess is kind of a game of a million inches or millimeters at this point. So it's like you don't want to blow it out of proportion. But there's a million tiny little things that they're going to compete on, one after the next, even just in a single game. And, they can add up. But it's easy to get excited about one element, and it's a long road to finish a full game. So, the fact that he has to remember his prep in some line, or that maybe he has a decision to make, is not necessarily a big deal. There's also going to come a moment in one or two moves where Gukesh is going to have to think, and it won't be the end of the world for him either. There are several reasons why a GM could spend time in the early opening stage, Tarash, and one of them would be to pretend not to know their prep if they're laying a trap for the opponent. I mean, I'm a pretty honest guy, and even I've done that. I'm not a GM. I know that wasn't your question exactly, but sometimes I sit there and just let the time go by so that my opponent doesn't realize the pitfalls that they're in danger of walking into. So maybe Ding knows exactly what he wants to do, but he wants Gukesh to think he doesn't. That's another one of the possibilities. Hey, Danang. Welcome. A Gukesh win is definitely exciting, Carl. I mean, his win in the candidates was exciting. Yeah, I'm a huge Gukesh fan, and, I like Ding, and I wish him the best, and I'm not even rooting against him in this match, but I'm rooting more for Gukesh. Rooting more for him. Other things you could be thinking about, you could be trying to pick between 2 or 3 different lines that you know. You could be trying to remember a line. You could be trying to guess what your opponent is going for. Somebody was asking, I'm continuing to answer this question about why might a GM stop and think for a serious chunk of time at sort of a random point in the opening where they still know some moves, right? Because at this point in the game, he may know that bishop e7 and queen b6 and f6 are options or something like that. Somebody's asking what are the actual options here, right? So you might be thinking about those options. But even before you pick your option, you might be asking yourself, why did my opponent pick this line? That's something you could also be thinking about. Like, what might they be trying to trap me into? What might their idea be? What kind of game are they trying to create? And you could sort of go through ideas and try and figure it out. So that's another thing people might be thinking about here. Okay, so is b5 an idea? You know what? Long ago, I had a game in the U.S. Junior Championships. Actually, it's like an epic game for my own life and career. And I think that Naka played knight e2 against me on move 5, and I played my own move b5 that I had sort of invented, and maybe other people had invented it too, right? Like most openings. But I think this was I think this was the opening of my game with Naka at the US Junior, this early b5 move. So it's possible. The idea is to be able to play b4 when white goes c3, and also to be able to play bishop a6. So it's very, very aggressive. And after f4, c5, knight e2, it should be available here as well. I think b5 looks like a move for black. He played knight c6 first, c3. And yeah, b5 looks like a candidate move here to me, for sure. Yeah, 1e6 gives a very different flavor, Ron, than most other e4 openings. E6 is the Achilles heel of a lot of 1e4 players. There's a lot of 1e4 players who have their worst scores against the French. As far as I can tell chess today, Magnus has decreasing interest in playing classical chess that's not Fischer random. So I think, I think like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, he might have still been tempted by, a player from the next generation like Gukesh or Firouzja or, Erigaisi or Abdusattorov. And now he sees that they would be a good challenge, but he's still just like, nah. He's just overdoing that opening prep. And so I'm sure Gukesh is more tempting, but I wouldn't currently get my hopes up. If you are somebody who really wants to see a Magnus match, I wouldn't get my hopes up. It seems like it's not quite in the cards for him. Classical chess is grueling, says Yojimbo. Magnus has nothing left to prove. Why bother? Well, no, I think he would have something to prove, right? He could try to prove that he stayed at the top for more than 10 years. He could try to prove that that he has more talent or skill than the next generation. There's always more stuff to prove. But the part you said about it being grueling is true, and it's just a choice about what you want to do with your life. And honestly, if Magnus makes Fischer random classical chess a big thing, in my opinion, there's nothing better he could do for the chess world than that. So, we all have our own opinions about what's the proper direction for professional chess and world championship level chess, and, faster time controls or scoring draws differently, or just keep things as they are, or whatever it might be. But for me, it's Fischer random chess is the answer for the top pros, and really for anyone who doesn't enjoy studying openings. So I think if he's putting his time and effort into the freestyle chess tour, which now has like 5 events for next year, it had 1 event this past year. If that's what he wants to do, like, I will be one of the people who's really pumped by that choice. That is sad to see and hear, Wise Tamarin. That was like absolutely the last thing I wanted from this match, was for Ding to be there without wanting to be there. But hopefully that's not quite the case. Hopefully you're slightly misreading the body language, or maybe it's just for one moment and in some other moment he'll be enjoying himself. But I really think people should put themselves in situations that they want to be in for the most part, right? Same thing that we're sort of talking about with Magnus. Magnus doesn't want to be there, so he's not. Good choice for Magnus. I know there's people like Jesse who are really hurt over it. And I mean, I would have liked to see Magnus play, but I wasn't particularly interested in watching another Nepo versus Magnus match. I mean, I'm not surprised that Magnus would be over that, and certainly the prep and the openings. If I were Magnus, I would also have switched to 960 Fisher Random years ago. Honestly, I would have done what he's doing now years ago. So Magnus played a 2-game match with Fabi this past week, and probably he looked like somebody who was where he wanted to be and was doing what he wanted. And that's what I would wish for Ding and everybody else, really. Yeah. Yeah, interesting take from PB Corporeal saying Magnus is trying to, make his legacy partly about directing the shape of chess instead of just about trying to break Kasparov's records, which would be slightly tough to break, even for Magnus. Okay. There's no shortage of things to say so far, Tarash. He's been thinking for 20 minutes, and we've got plenty of stuff. Funny one, W. Reynolds. We got plenty of stuff to talk about. We haven't even talked about what Black should do yet. So let's look at some moves, shall we? One of the classical, or the first approach to this was White builds up the center. You just attack it from all sides at once, right? Then after knight f3, you do something like takes, check, here, takes, castles. This is the old approach. And basically, and then basically Black looks for some kind of sack, either an exchange sack or a knight sack in the center to break open the position and go after White's king. My recollection from, when I was 1800 and looking at these lines, it's been a while, I don't play these too much, was that in practice it felt very hard to handle for White, but in theory it seemed like White should be good. So that's kind of one broad approach to the position. So that's one way it can go. Maybe in this move order, Bishop D2 would be better MC. I wasn't being very precise just yet. Is Bishop D2 better here? I mean, Black doesn't have to take and bring out the queen for sure. So I guess Black would do something like takes, castles. Still looking at, rook f3 and taking. And then I suppose you would trade to take the knight's pressure off of here. And then what do we do next? Queen d2. Takes. If we want to get... I don't know how soon we want to get into sharp stuff, but we could get something like this immediately. Chess Today asks, assuming Gukesh is well in book, how does he maintain his focus while waiting at the board? Do you think he didn't head to the restroom as a tactic to pressure, or just natural to wait at the board? So an 18-year-old probably doesn't need to go to the bathroom after 5 minutes of a game. So why go to the bathroom? He could walk around if he wants to stretch his legs, but it's, 5 minutes into a game is pretty early to need to stretch your legs, right? I would probably be sitting at the board just calculating, you know, remembering prep and working through lines in my prep. At least for 10 minutes. At least for 10 minutes. And then if your opponent's thinking 25, 30 minutes, at some point you might want to stroll around a bit just to stay relaxed and have a different position. Just because sitting at the board for hours, which you're going to have to do, is not going to be the greatest for your body and your posture. So if you've got an opportunity, I used to just sit at the board for 6 hours. I thought I was outworking my opponent, right? Which I was into. You know, I liked the idea of outworking the opponent. So I would come and I thought part of outworking the opponent was I would sit at the board for 6 hours without moving. Just like this, 6 hours. I mean, I would move the pieces, right? But basically one position. Now I'm maybe like a tiny bit wiser. I'm like, why would the best performance come from not moving for 6 hours? So now I think, you know, a good player can keep working on the position while they walk around the room, right? So why not get up and stretch sometimes? So yeah, if I were Gukesh and I randomly got some chance in the opening where my opponent thinks for 30 minutes, I would probably spend half the time strolling just to keep my body moving and so forth. I don't watch other games too much. I like to stay focused on my own game, but now I will stretch my legs at times. Working smarter. Yeah, what an idea, right? Working smarter. Okay, so this is like one kind of style of game. Another thing that black sometimes does is play throwing the move queen b6. And then, again, there's different options for white here. One of them might be just king f2 right away. I don't know. Bishop e3, g3. And yeah, still like here, and castle, this kind of thing. And so just to give you a sense of some different themes, one theme is you sack in exchange, you take this pawn, and then the pawn structure will fall apart. Sometimes you'll be able to win the second one as well. Another theme is you can go knight e5, because you've got a checkmate on f2. So after pawn takes, knight takes, you sack the second knight, pseudo sack, but white can't take it. So you get 2 pawns for the piece here. You threaten knight d3, and then you get stuff like here, 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 check. You know, lines like this are possible here. So that's just a brief intro to the f6 approach. Okay, the f6 approach is about concretely trying to explode the center. Pure pound for pound, white can defend the center as many times as black can attack it. Does that make sense? Like for every 4 pieces of blacks that can attack the center, white has 4 pieces that can defend it. So the black approach with f6 is usually some kind of tactical, explosive kind of stuff. Okay, that was like a first approach to this opening. Another approach that's been mentioned is to go b5, knight f3, b4. Just lots of tension and being able to open up space on the queen side for black, and also you've got the bishop a6 move. Looks totally fine. I would say an important approach for white is this move to bear in mind as black, because you'll see white wants to play bishop d3, bishop e3 could be a move while waiting to improve the position. You want to play bishop d3, you can't. You could maybe go g3, bishop g2, but always the move to keep our eyes on is f5 takes, knight f4, going after this and bringing out all the pieces as a pawn sack. So that's b5 as another approach. He moved. I'm being told he moved. a5. Wow. You guys see how I've got this set up with a live position where you can see what he's moved even if I'm analyzing all kinds of stuff here, right? Look at me waving twice. Whoa. So you can see what's happening even if I lose track of it. He plays a5, and Gukesh answers instantaneously, essentially, against a5. So a5, what would be the idea of a5 here? That move's really not on my radar. I would think if you wanted to expand on the queen side, you'd go b5 first. a5, and Gukesh plays knight f3 quickly. And yeah, I mean, you know, white doesn't have too many moves to make other than knight f3, so it's an easy move to make. And now Ding's thinking again. To me, a5 just doesn't seem right. It literally doesn't seem right. I mean, to me, it would go along with b5, but I don't know why you'd ever play a5 before b5. I agree, W. Reynolds. The speed doesn't necessarily mean he's still in prep. Against a5, what are you supposed to do other than play knight f3? I would just say most people would be tempted in a match of this importance to blink and just like check like what's going on with a5 if they were surprised by it. Most people would blink. But, I mean, I certainly approve of not blinking. You just, yeah, I mean, I think it's the right choice. You should be probably banging out knight f3, but not everybody would do it. I'm going to quickly check this opening in a database too, out of curiosity, even though we're going to mostly rely on whatever tidbits are in our brains here on this broadcast. Looks like we got another pair of moves, knight a4, and white develops more. Oh, what is this stupid a-pawn doing? Is he going to keep going? I mean, I don't know what else it's going to do. You shatter white structure from the base, at least. And white probably has to answer, so it's a tempo move. a3 looks automatic right now to me in the current position. But a4, jeez. Ding is definitely going for something. I mean, he's definitely... All right, we're getting more moves, folks. Bishop e7, inconsequent. What? I don't know what to say about the start here. Let me try and look this position up. Okay. So in the database, it looks like a5 is not a particularly bad move. But it looks like f6 and b5, two moves we talked about, would be the main moves, as well as bishop e7, which I mentioned as being an obvious option. So a5, knight f3 is fine, a4 is fine, bishop e3 is fine. And now why not push a3? Like, what was the point of a5, a4 if you don't push a3? Looks like I'm right that against a3, white would play b3 to keep their structure. Black's still two moves away from collapsing it, so there's time to figure out what you want to do about it. But a3 seems like the logical move. I don't understand why bishop e7... Like, why black played a5, a4 so early if then they want to play bishop e7. Did he answer bishop e7 quickly as well? Oh my goodness, he did. G4. Super, super fast. That is crazy. How much prep does Gukesh have? Did he really look at this position? That's a hard move to play instantly. Unless you prepped it. Or, you know, pseudo instantly, you know, in like 10 seconds or so. Wow. This does not look drawish right now, this first opening. Let's just say, I think everybody should be happy like me that it's not a Gioco Pianissimo right now. This is much more promising. This has like no chance of being boring. I mean, everything has a chance of being boring. This has an extremely low chance of being boring rating. But how could he play it that fast? It's possible that because Ding was playing so slowly that even after A5, you know, Ding spent about another 4 or 5 minutes on the next two moves. That may have allowed Gukesh to sort of predict this position. But it does kind of feel like he was prepped for it pre-game, honestly. This is also a good time for me to just throw something out there for all of you lovely people in chat, which is I'm not using an engine. The name of the stream says no engine. So please, if you choose to watch with an engine, you do you, but don't tell us in chat what your engine's telling you. Does that make sense? Like if you need to see what the engine says, that's your life choice. Just don't blow the smoke in our faces. Right? So we don't want to know if these moves are the best or worst moves ever. We don't want to know if it's brilliant or blundering until it's slowly revealed. Yeah, we're here for the slow reveals. The intensity of the unknown. Falcom Y Fox or Falcom Fox says Gukesh might play F5. I don't know what Black can do to stop it. Yeah. Yeah. You think he wants to play F5? Yeah, he does. Can Black stop it? Kind of no, because honestly in this position he could have already played F5. You see what I mean? Takes and like this. This is always an option for White, especially if Black spent some time on that A pawn. It's sort of logical to play more aggressively and cavalierly with your material, right? You threaten this pawn. You know, if they start defending it, you go here, get castled, looks good. You know, they also have to worry about this, so maybe throw in trades, knight b6, yeah. And, yeah. It was already possible, so after g4, it's still going to be possible. If somebody wants to look in an opening database, somebody's asking, sure, you can look in an opening database and tell us who's played this opening before. You know, if you find somewhere that Richard Rapport played this line as Black, cool, let us know. Occasionally I'll go look something up, but rarely, because I have to keep people entertained or something. I have to keep talking, so I don't have to keep talking. Sometimes I stare at it for 20 minutes in silence, but Caruana has played and lost to Duda. In this position, Gulko, as White or Black? Yeah, f6 is a move which would make f5 even more chaotic. Lee Chess thinks g4 is a novelty. I would think a 40-minute lead on the clock in a classical game would be worth a little something, even at this level. So it is certainly a notable element here. If you play CD4 as black, though, you've given up on the idea of A3, B3, B5, B4 breaking white structure. I guess it looks like white's breaking black structure first in this line. Yeah, I guess white's threats come in just fast enough. Yeah, I mean, the A-pawn is not useless because you are playing for squares on the queen side eventually. So, yeah, it's totally not wasted. But we've given up one of my favorite pieces of it, right? Which is breaking the structure. Right now, do I think this game will be a draw? So, Wise Tamarin, the odds when two players of this level play each other, the odds are always that a draw is the most likely result. But it depends on Ding's form, right? If Ding is 2800 form, like Gukesh, then the odds of a draw are always going to be like 70% or something like that early on in a game. But if he's playing at like, you know, a 2680-ish level like he has been the past year, then the gap is big enough that with, you know, the white pieces and a time advantage like Gukesh has in a rich position, then you would say it might be kind of like, yeah, it could even lean towards a 60% chance of Gukesh winning. It could already be likely that Gukesh wins if Ding's really in the form that he's been in up to now. I don't know why Moobot deleted a really good question from Gulko Fan here, so let's answer it. Gulko Fan saying, in the live position, which I think is this one, yeah, if black castled, would pushing, I know you didn't send a link or anything funny, you just asked if castles, would f5 or g5 be overextending? I think g5 would be sort of anti-positional because our goal is to play f5 and now we just gave up control of f5, so I don't think that would be the point. But would f5 be overcommitting? I think you could get away with it, but personally I would predict bishop g2 first. That's maybe just my lame, I don't play 2800 level classical on the daily. I play, you know, 2300 level blitz instead. But just having that extra bit of like pieces being defended and coordinated before blowing up the position is just in my chess DNA. Like, to me, if they've developed more and castled and I blow open the center, I don't know why I'm doing it. You know? Like, to me, this kind of move is like Wile E. Coyote detonating dynamite or something like that, and he doesn't realize that he's sitting on the dynamite or whatever. You know what I mean? Or when he's like poking at some structure of rocks above his head, like, why is this thing still holding together? And then he puts up the sign, what am I doing? And it falls on him. So, yeah, to me, it's like you don't have the reason to spend energy blowing things up if you haven't coordinated a little bit better. Does bishop belong on g2 or d3? Is knight g3 and bishop d3 too slow? Yeah. The bishop does belong on d3. ideally, for sure, because we want to checkmate the king. However, if black castled and we spend a move on knight g3, we just moved away one of the pieces that was defending the d4, e5 center, right? And we're planning to play bishop d3, which is going to block our queen defending that. So I think if then black played queen b6, my instinct is there's significant pressure on these points here. But it's always a case-by-case basis, you know? Like if you go queen d2, oh no, you can't. Oh no, you don't. Yeah, I mean, if you have to spend a move on like rook b1 here, and then you still want to play bishop d3 next after I go f6, I struggle to believe that you're going to have time to do that. Bishop h3 is a move, Sevilla Vida points out, but that's usually in g3 lines in this opening. There are g3 lines where white plays bishop h3, quite common. Let me show you an example. Where's my actual Tarrasch move order? Okay, so in this position here, if you go like g3, black castles, and I don't know, something like bishop e3, f6. These are the positions where white often plays bishop h3. When black themselves weakens e6, and you have your pawn on g3, supporting your structure, the bishop comes here and pokes e6, and that can mess with black's play. I mean, sometimes they just take on here and sack the pawn, and other times they play a move like, you get them to play a move like knight b6, and you hold the structure together because getting the knight to move away reduces black's breakthroughs on e5. This is where bishop h3 is like a real theme, is in these g3 lines when black plays f6 themselves. In the situation we're looking at here, with castles, I don't see why you would play bishop h3 myself. I like the idea of just putting it here. You know, we're going to castle. The bishop's going to be on a nice square pressuring d5. When we play f5, we're going to attack that whole structure, e6, d5. So I like that. Okay, what about castles dc with the idea of knight d4? Okay. What about black castles, Socratic's asking, and then white plays dc with the idea of, I don't know which way black's taking, right? But with the idea of putting a knight on d4. You know, Socratic, I think we might want knight g3 in the position here. We might want to have knight g3 available. It sounds like we just got to move. What did he do? Oh, and black's got knight e4 here as well, right? He played queen a5. Wow. Queen a5. Yeah, Gulko fan saying the knight could come to e4 here. Yeah, that makes sense. Here, it may be a little bit annoying. This might be even better than bishop h4 check first, right? We cover bishop f2, and now, although h4 stops bishop h4 check. And it's not completely stupid. I mean, that is part of what white is trying to do, is rush all these pawns. But I feel like white's position is kind of loose here, right? Not the best developed. Maybe black can play f6 and try and break open the f file. As well as maybe throwing in a3 with the c-pawn hanging. So knight e4 looks pretty strong from Gulko fan, and I'm not a big fan of dc5 now. Now, let me just say this. Without g4, dc5 makes sense to me, Socratic, compared to after g4. To me, the problem is, in a position this sharp, you have to make sure that your moves are consistent and work together, right? A single move that doesn't go with another move can be a problem. And what's the role of g4 in this dc5 position, right? Gukesh, by the way, taking his first think of the World Championship now, folks, after queen a5. Sure, Craddock, maybe bishop takes c5, but do you think that it makes sense to have played g4 and then traded on c5, regardless of the detail of what you do next? Does this make sense? Like, why is your pawn on g4, right? Because with dc5, you weaken the e-pawn, which makes it harder to play f5, right? dc5 is about trading pieces, controlling the d4 square, playing something positional. To me, g4 said that Gukesh wanted to pawn storm the king side and probably play a quick f5. It is a classical Steinitz, right? And in a classical Steinitz, dc5 is a very common move, but the pawn's on g2, right? You generally play dc5, but you basically generally don't play g4. So a move ago, I've got nothing against dc5. Makes perfect sense. They play here, you play here. No weaknesses here. Check, you always have g3. Knight e4, you just put your bishop here. You know, and you castle, and your pieces are all in good squares in the center. You don't necessarily play f5 anytime soon, but, you know, you're just positional, you're good. You're fine, right? But once you've played g4, I don't think this is consequent anymore. Now, with g4, you want to keep e5 defended by pawns and play f5. For me, bishop g2 castles first, but you want to play f5. To me, that's what's coordinated. Now, that said, I mean, there's always details that change in a position, whether or not you want to be consistent or whether or not there's something you need to change. And then there's moves that coordinate in ways that I don't see. So g4 might somehow set up something on the queen side even that I don't see. Okay, you were still looking for a way to get bishop d3. Fair enough. Again, he's played g4, so I think g4 is consistent with bishop g2, right? If he wanted to play bishop d3, he wouldn't have played g4. All right, somebody asked about, was queen a5 the purpose of the whole a-pawn push? It's not the only purpose, I don't think. The a-pawn gets space on the queen side, gives you the a3 option, makes b3 harder for white to play. There's all kinds of little positional things that the pawn does for you on the queen side. It develops your rook's scope. So queen a5 is just one of the things that it does. And Francois says, if you're playing white and you don't want to play f5, just quit chess. If f5's not in your plans, of course, nobody needs to quit chess, and anyone can quit chess. But the position, you know, just a colorful way from Francois of saying that f5 is beckoning big time. So after queen a5, let's talk about what we're going to do next, right? There's maybe a threat from black of a3 going after this pawn. No, the pawn's defended, but cd4 is going to be even more awkward. So let's say I play bishop g2. This is the #1 most natural move I would play if black's threatening nothing, folks. That's what I would play. And then I would castle, and only then I would play f5. Hopefully, that's not enough to make Francois want me to quit chess. Francois did say f5 soon. It doesn't have to be next move. So hopefully this, okay. It may or may not be best, but this is what I would want to do. So let's see how annoying is a3, right? a3. Maybe I castle, but let's say I play here. Takes. Can't take this way. Probably can't take that way, right? Actually, I can. I can go this way if I want to. Yeah, if I really want to, I could do this. All right. MC is saying, I think this may be a good time for your King F2 idea. Oh, yeah. King F2 is screaming at this position based on what we're starting to look at here, right? But first, I'm looking at what I would most want to do. And then we'll get to why maybe Gukesh will play King F2 instead. So Bishop G2, A3, B3 takes. Okay, this was possible. Otherwise, like this. No, it's not just you, Become One. This is a wild, wild kickoff. Here. Now what does black want to do? Like takes, check, here, takes, here, boom. And then we can ask the question, what's good about white's position? Not too much. It's not an amazing position. It's not terrible, but I don't really know why we have this position. But we'll put the queen on d4. We'll get some kind of a position. Probably we trade on f6 here. But it's not, yeah, I'm not like pumped. I'm not pumped. I'm playing like here, then defending the g-pawn with my king probably. They castle. I plop her here. Okay, this would be pretty spicy. And there's some risk. Now you see why my bishop's on g2. Whew! Let me get rid of some of the risk with the queens. Okay, so maybe I can handle e5 for now. Hey, Trendle, are you Thomas Rendell? In any case, it says it's your first time chatting here, so welcome to the dojo. All right, so as a French player, quite like this for black. The b5, b4, and a3 pawn breaks potential, yeah. They're definitely there. That's you. Okay. Thanks for joining us, Thomas. Nice to see you. Yeah, me also. b4 and a3 both look like good potential. So bishop g2, a3, b3 takes. Doesn't look amazing for white. Doesn't look amazing. The tastiest thing I have actually is sacking this pawn and playing king f2. This has some potential. This has some potential. Because I've got this idea of rook c1 here, going after this, and rook c2. And I just have a bit more development than black here. I'm not convinced by the queen. I know, I lost a pawn. But this looks playable. If the queen goes in here, you know, then at some point maybe rook e1, rook e2. I don't know for sure that she wants to be here. Or maybe knight b5, trying to seal the exit. So some worry there. But on the other hand, if I castle, then rook c1, check rook c2 is bad, so I back off. And I mean, I have to be careful that white doesn't even have this. I'm just starting to calculate, and it's the middle of the night, so bear with me as I blunder things. But yeah, this might be something black has to watch out for. So then, okay, other options, we go here. We just give a tempo. This is going to juice the f5 move a little bit. Let's get out. Let's push. Let's just get castled. Normally here you just sack a pawn with f6 to break black's king structure. But, you know, white doesn't have a lot of pieces to attack with right after doing that. It would also be reasonable to just put a rook on the c file and wait a move before going for the attack. I would say there's some compensation for the pawn here. I would call this playable, but not obviously good. This is my take. I mean, I might just play the simpler looking move here, developing the rook, right? I'm first to the file. Somebody said, MC said none of White's pieces make sense, but I mean, that's a little bit harsh. I mean, these two pieces are well centralized and fighting for the main pair of squares in the French, d4 and e5. My rook's on an open file, and my bishop's hitting d5 if black ever goes for ef5. So, you know, if you come after me with knight e4, that's going to allow f6, although knight e4 is something. They don't make sense for a kingside attack. Okay, fair enough, yeah. They're well enough placed to, you know, just play the full board for the moment, right? Yeah, both of them, Christian, both of them. And the black pieces, you know, there's one or two that could be improved, right? Bishop on c8 most notably, but actually all of them could be improved a little bit. Okay, so I think that's playable for White, but I don't know if it's best for White. All right. Good. Is it 5 a.m. here? Cartier? No, for me it's still 2 a.m. For me it's still 2 a.m. Just grabbing another window, folks. All right. And now we've added the boss.
Ah. Woo.
Good morning,
It's
boss.
early here, my friend. It's early.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit early.
Oh, it's looking exciting, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Hey. Yeah, dude. Okay, so Ding played the French. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like he played the French one time against Nepo, right?
He did. He did. It's been confirmed. It was a knight d2 French. This one was a knight c3 French that he has sort of moved into knight d2-ish waters by playing knight ce2.
And you don't have our eval bar up.
No. It only works on PCs, we were told.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is your new computer you hate so much.
Yeah, my new computer.
Okay, Doc. Well, you know, tell me what is your impression of this position?
Okay, so Gukesh has been thinking for almost 20 minutes now after Queen A5. This is
Oh, he's
first.
doing his thing. Well, actually, yeah, Ding is the one tanked. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
this was Gukesh's first think of the game. He played G4 a
Mm-hmm.
tempo, which was quite a move. Um, my impression is it's a very, very intense start to the match. Um, I've just been looking at Bishop G2, which is sort of so-so. The main move that I would expect here I haven't talked about yet really, which is King F2. Maybe also possible is A3 for white. Because black's looking at both CD4 when you can't take with the C pawn, and they're also looking at A3 weakening the C3 square. So you could respond to that in some way. Maybe Queen D2 responds to those things too. No, there's always Bishop B4.
Okay, David,
Yeah.
let me just jump in and just you've already said it, okay?
Okay.
But I'm sure you said this, but I just want to say it. So I went back and looked at the move order and stuff.
Yeah.
And so on move seven, dude, this is a very well-known position. Now, by the way, let's just say knight CE2. I've had a bunch of people play this against me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's a but like let's just say knight ce2. By the way, the easy way for black to respond after knight ce2, if they don't want any drama at all, is just to take on d4, and then that position, you know, you're going to get the knight to c5. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. So knight c6 is the most ambitious. He spent 2 minutes there, which is already a bad sign. Okay, so let me just say the obvious. Ding normally doesn't play the French. Knight CE2 is a line, but it's not like the most known. Let's say it's not one of the most popular. Wouldn't have been the main one he's looking at.
Mm-hmm.
So you're playing big time for space. Knight C6. Okay, and now C3. And now, dude, there is true. Black has done a bunch of different plans, but thinking for 27 minutes there, that ain't it, buddy. That ain't it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great, David. This is really beautiful. Let me just okay. So I'll just. You've already said these things, I'm sure, but I'll just you just tell me if you have. So we guessed that Gukesh was going to play, you know, some openings that little spicy,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And this is for white. This is very spicy to play this way.
Yeah.
Ding is not prepared against this line, obviously. And I don't know, buddy. This isn't good. Knight F3, A4,
Well,
Bishop E3.
folks are thinking that not only did Gukesh prepare this slightly unusual knight e2, but that when Ding played this weird a5, a4, even this Gukesh had anticipated based on the speed of how he responded to a5, a4. A5, a4 is
Mm,
playable, right? But it's not like the most obvious. It's not f6 or b5, b4, right? So just slightly off, but he was ready for it, it
mhm.
seems, and so he's looking extremely prepared.
Well, let's go to Knight F3.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you mentioned other moves besides G4, right?
Yeah.
So Knight F3, excuse me, Knight F3, A4 is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But now the first move that's a little funky to me is Bishop E3.
Okay.
There's probably nothing inherently wrong with it, but you know what's okay? We did World Championship matches. Uh, Le Bourdonnais against McDonald.
Mm-hmm.
They had this kind of setup 1,000 times,
Mm-hmm.
1,000 times, and it always came with the move order E4, C5, F4, and then they would lock it up, and then they would dance.
Yeah.
Anyways, since then, the intuition in this kind of position has been generally to play for H4. Sometimes you play G3 first and like Bishop H3, but
Mm-hmm.
oftentimes you still kind of ideally want that H4 so that the knight can go to G5 someday. so that you have h5. And this is important so that the queen on d1 dreams about going to h5 or to g4. Because, you know, you're playing French structure, you want the queen on the king side. So generally, when I'm playing against chumps, they will often play g4 too fast. It's generally a move. Well, it's often a move that's poor. Okay, because let's talk about why it's generally a little funky. So you're blocking your queen's diagonal. You are arguably helping the bishop on c8 if you play f5, which is kind of like every chump's dream, right? When they play g4, they're like, oh, I'm gonna play g5, boss, or f5. That's what I'm doing, right? So you're just
Jesse, you
helping
just called us all chumps. Me and everybody else in chat here have just been going, yeah, we're gonna play F5.
Now, sometimes, but just think about you're playing for space, and so the bishop on c8 is the key criminal that you have to keep locked up. And if you play f5, you're helping that bishop. Okay, so queen a5, bishop g2. Now, fascinating stuff. He's
Wow.
ripping his moves, dude. He's going so fast.
He just played Bishop G2?
Yeah.
Holy moly. All right, let me ask you what you think of my variation then, Jesse, okay?
Yeah.
Because I had a variation here. This is the one move we really talked about. Okay? I was only showing this move to show why he probably wouldn't play it.
Okay.
Chat's like, oh, your move, David, you know, because it's the move I talked about. Okay, here was my concern. Black goes A3, a little undermining. We go B3, and then black plays CD4.
Okay, let me just say on a3, dude might consider playing b4 to sack the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just say, if you're black, you're going to think about that, and then you're going to say, well, maybe I'll play cd first.
B4, C takes B4?
I'm just saying this is something white will think about on the move order, because let's just say the obvious things. This whole position for white with g4, bishop g2, it looks wrong because both CD and A3 look like they're undermining the strategic goals of white's position.
Huh.
So yeah, David, I just want to say the obvious. This guy, Gukesh, is moving like it's a blitz game. And will he have actually seen this position? It's hard to believe, dude. Let me just stress, it's hard to believe because like A5 on move 7, that's not the most natural move.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure it's been played many times before, but you know, there's so many different plans that black can play at that point. But you know what, David? Maybe actually, I'm going to take it back. Just the fact that Nepo, he played that one French game against Nepo,
Yeah.
probably alerted the Gukesh team that, yep, French is maybe on the table, so we're going to really try to crack it.
There's almost no way that Gukesh played up to G4 with an hour and 59 minutes on his clock with no increment if he wasn't prepared.
Insane, dude. Okay, because so I just want to stress this move makes no sense to me. And both CD and A3, and I don't understand both of those moves. I don't understand why white thinks that life is good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, CD is not as difficult to play a next move for white. We could play knight ED4.
Okay, let's say I play knight takes D4.
Okay, and then
Excuse me. Well, yeah, okay.
Then I think we take by bishop, right? Defending E5.
Which is not what you want to do, right? Normally you want to take with a knight. And then at the minimum, black is going to have knight C5.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't, you know, I don't know if white's lost or anything, but white didn't get what they wanted out of the opening.
Lost? Black still has the French bishop and white has space. Castles. White's
But
better.
he's gonna play things like put the bishop on either B5 or A6. I'm not trying to say, I'm just trying to say white didn't get what they wanted. This is nothing special.
Okay.
But okay, let's do your variation because that's also what ding is going to be calculated, right?
Right. Okay. So A3. I went B3. I took on D4.
So before we go crazy with B4, right? Let's look at B3
Mm-hmm.
and C takes D4.
Yep.
And now here's importante, white can throw in B4 again.
Right.
And
Yeah.
maybe that's the intention.
And maybe it is. Let me just show you my line first, and then we
Okay.
could throw in B4 here. I put a little arrow on the board when I noticed it. So I was planning to play knight ED4 here as well, with the C pawn just hanging.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Queen C3, King F2, intending Rook C1.
Yeah. Like knight C5. It's not pleasant for a peasant.
Knight C5.
No, David, this ain't it. This isn't what he wanted.
That's rather awkward for my king, isn't it? Okay, okay, okay. Let's think. How problematic? Yeah, pretty problematic.
I think, David, the more I'm looking at it, that B4, like B3, the little sidestep B3 CD B4 has got to be.
Has got to be the actual plan. Okay, so let's go back and look at that now that you've refuted my line. B4. So black could sack on B4, but the bishop will block on D2.
Right.
Black could also play Queen A4, but the B pawn stops this knight C5 to E4 stuff at least, right? It just takes a little more space.
Mm-hmm.
So white seems quite playable in the endgame.
So I'll just say the immediate first instinct of mine for black would be Queen C7.
Yep.
Probably knight ED4, David.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably snippos.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and actually here, maybe this is not my instinct, because here you take with a queen and deny me knight to B6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so actually, let's just say that's a better position for white. That's the first better position for white I've seen. Okay. It's probably still okay for black, but at least it looks like black has a couple of issues to solve.
Yeah. Okay, so you see that, Norzius? The queen on the A file is supported by the rook. So black could go queen A4. And sometimes when you're defending with black, you like the idea of taking queens off the board. And you're like, okay, I'm in less danger of getting mated this game. Closer to equalizing. But sometimes you still get tormented in the endgame. And I think here white would still be a tiny bit better in that endgame. So. Okay, so B3. And if CD4, the idea B4. Yeah. Looks pleasant.
Okay. At least I'm kind of coming around to what might be going on.
Right. So so Thomas Rendell was saying that even after bishop G2, he might just play B5. He's like not in a rush to go CD or A3. And as you may know, Thomas is a longtime French player as well. So B5, he's saying, I don't care what you do, just let white castle.
Okay, so let's talk about, let's call bishop G2 probably computer prep. Okay. By the way, I think a lot of these moves already, I'm sure, are not actually top choices. That's one of the things we talked about, how Ding plays.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's got some ideas, but it's not going to be like the top move.
Yeah. Gukesh also, right? I mean...
Well, excuse me, that's what I meant.
Oh,
that's
sorry.
what I meant.
You meant
that
Gukesh.
Gukesh does this. Apparently in the podcast, I was also mixing it up a bunch of times, and that's why there's 150 comments.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
Yeah, if we want more
messing it up
comments, you just
again.
have to call Ding Gukesh a few more times, and
Oh man. So let's say the obvious thing. So Bishop G2, there's like a come off the top rope idea here where the ultimate dream that it's going to take a while to set up, but the ultimate dream is going to be F5, knight F4, and some kind of Mr. Skelcom on D5. Right?
yeah.
That's the ultimate dream.
I don't know if everybody in chat knows Skulkum, but sure, yeah.
Back at the GM house, Mr. Skelcom was somebody you didn't want to meet on the streets at night, and if he was the kind of creature that comes up in a position and goes, and once you see Mr. Skelcom, then it's time to stop the analysis, buddy. You don't want to see him. But it's also Mr. Skelcom's usually kind of an ambitious move that uh, takes a lot of courage to pull off. Because F5, knight F4, white's position, first of all, it'll take some time to set it up, and then black can maybe undermine white. Now, so David, he chose your first instinct, A3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to mute my window because every time I do it on my end, it makes a little ding, and we don't want to have a ding. Boop. Easy. I'm turning into a computer GM, buddy.
B3, CD4, and now B4, right?
That was our guess. Now, I will say I didn't I want to admit I was a little surprised just optically that white was still doing fine here. And I didn't see any great moves for black after B4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be unnerving to play this kind of position and your opponent is just like, yeah, I've seen this all, buddy. I looked at this with my team.
That's one of the most unnerving things in chess, world championship or not, right? When your opponent is just blitzing some moves and you feel like you're playing against whatever, Alpha Zero or something. It's scary. It's always unpleasant. Yo, Alex, welcome to the show. Jesse, remember this position here that we had before with like B4, Queen C7, Knight D4?
Yeah.
And you traded knights, and then we're like, oh man, I got cut off on B6, right? What if you played Knight B6 without trading? Would that get you to your happy place as a Lord of the French?
Wait, instead of CD4 or something like that? Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So right, B4, Queen C7. I think, by the way, the thing that you're calling the live position on the show, that's actually your analysis
I
board.
I just blundered because the windows look exactly the same, and I moved on the wrong board for the first time today. Maybe not the only time, but I'm gonna get back to the right place here. So here, and now Knight B6. All right. Thanks for letting me know, chat.
Now, obviously, if you want to play Knight B6 in this move order, then maybe you also don't want the queen on C7 because now white's going to play Knight B5. And how annoying is it? Good question. So, but if you want to play Knight B6, then maybe Queen D8 first.
Right. Okay, maybe Queen D8 first. Sure, let's try that. Queen D8 first. Knight D4. Is Gukesh thinking about playing b4? He's not banging it out?
Yeah, it's the first move he's not banging out. Quite possibly, what a lot of times what happens, is you are playing some game and you've really memorized a bunch of computer variations, and maybe the computer was not even considering a3, or it might not have been one of its top moves, and then you're just kind of like, well, now I'm on my own.
Right. Yeah. You have a bunch of analysis, and then they play not the best move.
A3 is definitely a human move. Okay, so knight b6.
All right, with your queen on d8 instead of c7, I might regret it, but one thing I can do is I can already play f5. I know Jesse's going to call me a chump, but it was going to happen anyway at some point today, folks.
David, wait, slow it down, bud. Slow it down. Can you castle first, buddy, or something?
Well, the thing is, against knight c4, I want my bishop to go to f4 and overprotect the pawn on e5.
Okay. Now, maybe...
I did want a castle, by the way. I did want to.
So let's say about this position that, yes, black... Whether we decide actually to play f5 or to castle, that white's position is arguably better either way, because it's difficult for the bishop to figure its business out, and we just have a nice space advantage. The knight on c4 looks great, but it doesn't actually go anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't really touch any coconuts here, and white still has... Well, black still has... When Jesse says the bishop to solve, he means the French bishop. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, I don't like f5, of course.
Okay, you don't like f5, of course.
But it just castles, and I think we're okay. If I put in f5, these are the possible things black could do.
b4's been played, by the way.
Good. So that was his first think. That was his
No,
first
that was his second. It was his second
minutes.
thing, Jesse. It was the second think. After queen a5, he spent 20 minutes on that bishop g2 move, I think it was.
Oh, that's right.
That was his big think, right? And you can see he's got some time off his clock.
Okay, so I need to do something I said earlier. I was saying that he was all in prep. No, but after queen a5, he's on his own.
He appeared to be in prep up till g4. And then after queen a5...
Wait, David, I'm looking at the clocks, though, and it's showing me queen a5 was 14 minutes from ding, and bishop g2 was instant.
Yeah, sometimes it reports it wrong, but if you look... We were watching live, and if you look at his moves, does it tell you where he spent his 28 minutes?
It says that ding spent 28 minutes on a5, and
that's true.
Queen a5 was 14 minutes.
Right, but where did Gukesh spend his time? Because he started with 2 hours.
Oh, good question. It's actually, so it's wrong.
It's wrong, right? It just doesn't show it.
Well, it's showing 5 minutes on b4, which sounds right.
Right, that's correct.
Okay, now I refreshed the page, and now it's doing better. So let's see. Queen a5, right. Bishop g2, 20 minutes.
Okay. Queen c7 comes in hot and fast. So no queen d8. We're in the world of queen c7.
Okay, I'll say with that. So to my eyes, white has a nice small advantage.
Me too. Me too. It's just a pleasantness right here. Just a pleasantness, which actually, says maybe what Thomas was saying about don't even play a3, just go b5, b4. Maybe that should be taken more seriously. If this isn't that amazing, right? Now, when I'd been analyzing, Jesse, when we were talking about bishop g2, before bishop g2 was even played, when Gukesh had his 20-minute think, and I was thinking like bishop g2, a3, it's probably not quite going to pan out. I'd forgotten this pattern where they play cd4 and you play b4. So I'd left
Mm-hmm.
that out completely from the calculations, and so it was quite risky. But with b4, it seems rather simple. It's not actually necessarily so committal or sharp how white has to play this resulting position here.
Well, David, let's say something super obvious here. This is the position for Ding where I'd be like, well, now it's time to think.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got to figure it out, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me mention the move that I'm sure he's thinking about. I don't know how I feel about this yet,
Mm-hmm.
but would be H5.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, so actually, let's just think about candidate moves. So the drama with H5 is generally you don't want to be moving pawns on our weak side over there. But if I could commit him, force him to play G5, that would be an accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
I think, though, one of the benefits of Bishop G2 is we're meeting H5 with H3. Conceivably, also, I would want to be worried about GH. GH might also be a heartache. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's one move that I feel uncomfortable with as black, H5. We could castle, but if we castle, we want to have a sense of like, well, what are we going to do next? And I don't know. I don't know what that next thing is. Knight B6, I'm going to guess what we're going to say is the most natural, but it is a little weird it's almost like you're provoking Knight B5, or you're not worried about Knight B5 if you play this move order. And maybe you shouldn't be, but the Knight on B5, it looks pretty good, dude. It doesn't look like a real chump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the knight's pretty good on d4 too, right? I mean, it's just a good knight. Period. It's a good piece. Heidegger, the C file this is the right area of the board for black, this whole knight c4 area. We just reached some positions where black had a nice knight on c4 and sort of nothing else. And the knight wasn't attacking anything. It was like outposted, like it's posing. It's a beautiful picture. Mm-hmm. And then, the rest of your pieces are not very good. And the rest of it's, the position overall is maybe not good enough.
It's hard to imagine actually a different plan besides Knight B6 here.
Well, your H5 move was weird. I hadn't anticipated that.
I think it's just god awful, honestly, the more I think about it.
We had a question in chat about playing B6 to get the bishop to A6, right? That's the number one problem for black to solve. Now, the move rook c1 might qualify as prophylaxis, Jesse.
David, you're always getting so fancy, buddy.
I'm just trying to quote Nimzovich words around you because I know you like him. You rated my system as the most influential book. So,
but I'm just saying you're trying to get fancy with a tactic with bishop a6, b5.
Oh, okay. You don't object to the words. Just fancy. Is that not how Nimzovich did things? Little tricky ways of preventing what the opponent wants to do? I mean, dude wants to play bishop a6. I prevented it. What?
Okay. Actually, let's first of all, let's just add b6 as to the list of possible plans.
Okay.
Right? Okay. Are you actually getting your bishop to a6? Okay, maybe.
Important question.
And so the idea would be maybe I get stuffed with b5, but then you give me the c5 square, which I really don't want to give you.
Yeah. If I play b5 to rule out bishop a6, I'm giving a lot there with the c5 square.
Right.
Rendell says in England they just call that being a cheapo merchant. Jeez.
Cheapo merchant, dude.
Nimzo would have called this a mysterious rook move, a prophylactical operation that reveals the deficiencies in black's position.
I
Instead, you
think
guys are
he
just
knows you well, buddy. I think you are a cheapo merchant.
so cheapo merchant. Ay, ay, ay. Like,
Okay,
this
so
move
let me
could even
say,
be good with c4 at some point with the bishop on g2 when we're done restraining.
let's say your rook c1. Let's just say I play knight takes d4. What do you want?
What do I want? What I really, really want. I guess I have to take by knight, right? I didn't really want that.
I don't think.
All right, I'm gonna open the C file. Whatever. Let's do it.
Okay, but then black has nothing to complain about. It might be complicated, but we got nothing to complain about.
What do you mean? Complain about the C file. I just took a file from you.
Nah, the file's not gonna do much, buddy. And I got some squares now and yada yada.
Oh, yada yada.
Let's just try to make it simple first. Okay, but first also just let's do some. So we got b6 as a candidate move.
Yeah.
We have knight b6 as a candidate move.
Yeah.
Can I just say the obvious?
Sure.
It would be nice when you play queen c7 to already know which plan you're gonna do, buddy.
Like knight ed4 was not the biggest surprise, right? So when you pick, you were choosing between queen c7 and queen d8.
Yeah.
And you went for one of them, and then they recaptured, and then you were like, "But why did I do this?" Yeah. Yeah. True.
And I want to just say something obvious. One of the things about putting the bishop on g2 in these positions is you've given up these key squares on the queen side. So it is a little weird to do it this way. Another thing, actually, let's add a third plan, because a third thing he could do if he wanted to play b6 would be to play knight takes d4 first. And then if queen d4, which we were kind of thinking, oh, that stops knight b6, then b6 makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
That might even be growing on me the most at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. So then what you do as white is probably you castle. You let that bishop come out, and you go rook f2. And now basically we're going to play f5 real fast.
No, but stop, David. Stop. Stop being obsessed with the f5 bows. This is actually really important because the f5, notice, even if you get it there, it doesn't even threaten anything right away. You're playing for space. You're trying to squeeze me to death.
No. I want to play f5. And I know you think I'm a chump, but I think Gukesh would do it too. Okay?
Okay,
I think he would
David,
do it.
First thing, let's say this b6 position, if you castle right away, you are allowing h5. And that is a much better spot for me to play that move.
All right. I don't know. I play f5 again. You don't understand that Gukesh and I don't care. We just don't care. Okay, I'll just point out one thing I blundered, folks, which was knight e5, queen g7, knight f3. And black can take on h2. That said, I might still not care, you know? I might go rook f3.
Okay, but David,
queen
that
h2,
line
just start wandering.
shows like why you need to be a little bit more sensitive to be bolting off moves like f5.
Oh my God, now I got to be sensitive to do chess analysis?
So, okay, actually, let me just say something obvious. Yes, maybe F5 someday, but you got to be a little bit more prepared, dude.
Seize
Like
the
you got to
day, Jesse.
consolidate. You got
If
to
not now,
consolidate.
when? If not us, then who? If not F5, then why G4? All right.
Okay. Um, it is a very interesting question. How does white play after B6? So, on castles, we need an answer to H5. By the way, you could still just play H3. You don't have to go loco in La Cabeza. You just play H3 and say, yeah, I gave you the H file, but so what? That's my side of the board.
So after castles, you saying H5 immediately, and you're
It's
saying I
just
could
something
play
white's going to
H3.
have to. I think that there's just a thing for white to think about in this B6
Yeah.
variation. Right?
I mean, H3 is playable there because we've got pretty safe control of the B6 G1 diagonal. But I think F5 is probably good.
Okay.
I think F5 is good. I think it's the way to play, and I think it's the Gukesh way.
Well, okay. I just want to say so castles. Then, in addition to H5, there's the bishop H. Let me just say, okay, let me just imagine it for a second. H5, just give it to me for a second, David, that F5 probably doesn't work. H3, snip, snop. Now bishop A6, rook F2 or something. Um,
Wait. So where are you now?
so so no F5,
No F5.
right?
You're
So
forcing me to
castles.
play H3. Okay, and there you're snipping. Gotcha.
And then snip, snop, bishop A6. And then you just
Okay.
look at it and you say, okay, I'm probably okay.
As black.
Yeah. Pieces are active. And yeah, I feel like this is a little bit loose for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's partly because you don't want to play F5. So like what you're doing here is that kind of chess where you trade moves with the partner,
Uh-huh.
right? You and Gukesh are like moving a piece and then moving it back, and then moving a piece and moving it back. He's like G4, we're going F5, and you're like, no, G3. Let's put the pawn back. No, let's play like Rook F2. Let's play H3. The dude wants to play F5, Jesse. He wants to rage the other guy right off the bat.
Okay, David, one of the reasons I'm bringing this up, okay, is that I'm considering my first instinct, which was knight D4, queen D4. It might make a lot more sense to just simply say, if knight takes D4, because again, black doesn't have to play knight takes D4, to play bishop takes D4 and say, well, that's kind of where the bishop wants anyway, and say, if you want to bring your knight to C4, fine, knock yourself out,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm about to castle and consolidate the position.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. So that would look like this.
By the way, and then on
you would play F5, right?
well, actually, let me just actually go back to that knight B6 position.
Okay.
One thing I'm pretty sure I would want to think about it also instead of castles is actually H4. And H4, I'm saying if you don't play H5, I'm going to play H5. So just humor me for a second. So H4, let's say knight C4, H5.
Why take all this space if you're never going to use it, dog?
I'm trying to tell you, I've played a lot of strong GMs
Yeah.
on these kinds of positions, and I know that this is how they think.
Mm-hmm.
So with H5, we really just grab it,
Mm-hmm.
and we're saying you can't do anything, and then someday I'll play like King F2, King G3.
Mm-hmm.
And also just
one day
the
I'm
rook,
going to defend these pawns.
the rook on H1 is kind of like developed where it stands, right? So I'm just trying to say like maybe a knight takes D4, bishop takes D4. We'll just let the knight come. Forget about it.
Yeah.
And we got a lot of different plans after knight B6, honestly.
Yeah, the knight
Because
on
as
C4
we've seen,
just seems like an adornment so far. I haven't really found any way to make use of it.
the knight on C4, right? It's cool looking. I like your word, actually. You said he was posing.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was posing. Yeah, that's a good word. Strike a pose. There's nothing to it.
Yeah. Yeah, white sets up the bathtub structure, says W. Reynolds. Yeah, this is sort of the advanced uh, bathtub structure on the king side here.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid, I learned it as the court grip. It can make a passed pawn in an endgame, which is sick.
The
Um,
cork grip, dude?
court grip, like the
Court
king
grip.
in his court. I don't know.
No, I think that comes from like an Andy Soltis book, and it's actually Quart.
Really,
I believe so, yeah.
quart, because it's
Because
like
court for four.
four. Okay,
Yeah.
court grip. Okay.
So that was your sensei taught you that word, I'm
Yeah,
guessing. Yeah,
yeah,
that's fun, huh?
yeah,
That's a fun if I'm correct, that's a fun mispronunciation of like something your um
yeah,
coach tells you, you know.
yeah. Oh man.
Well, my friends, let's say the obvious. Ding is sliding into time pressure, and he's got it. I mean, the one thing we talked about, right, was lack of confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And here, when you're playing a position like this, you're not going to calculate everything out. It's going to be an intuitive call, right? So if we let's go back to the knight
You say
ED4.
this as Gukesh is trying to calculate everything out, but yeah.
No, but I'm saying when you're ding here,
Yeah.
you've got a couple different plans. It's going to be an intuitive call ultimately which one you choose,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, and so you can't think to yourself, "Oh, I'm going to figure everything out." And it looks like this confidence issue is already here, right?
Yeah.
Can we remind the fans and myself, David, there is no increment.
No increment till
So
move
you
40.
guys, oh no, Ding,
Then
oh
there will
no.
be an increment, right? At move 40, they'll get half an hour plus half a minute each move.
So let's say more obvious things. Dude's got 26 moves. He plays knight b6.
Okay.
He's got 26 moves in 39 minutes, so he's already down to less than 2 minutes a move.
Yeah. Now, this is the moment, the first moment, Jesse, where Gukesh might play f5 and chain. Oh, no, he can't because the queen's on c7, not d8. There's no. Okay, there's just castles here, basically.
Well, hold on. I mean, the whole reason he thought about this forever, and the whole reason it was a little weird is you are giving white now the extra option to play knight b5.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's talk a little bit more. So if let's just assume, David, that I was right about knight takes d4, bishop takes d4,
Mm-hmm.
right? The point of this knight b6 is to say I want to land with tempo on c4,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the claim is with knight b6 that knight b5 is nothing.
Mm-hmm. And knight takes c6 is bad because that clears the other bishop on c8 to zip on over to a6. So,
David, the first thing that I'm not sure I believe in, okay? It's just the first thing that black will have tried to calculate here after knight b5, queen d8 is, can white get away with bishop c5? I don't think they actually can, but I just want to put that out there as one of the things that.
wait, can they get away with what?
So after knight b5, queen d8,
Mm-hmm.
you have to make sure that bishop c5 doesn't end
Yeah,
your.
that's the first move I thought of half an hour ago when we first
Okay.
broached this subject. And I thought that black could maybe put the knight on c4, covering the d6 square.
That's fair question, yeah. Okay, so let's rule out bishop c5. That's too much, but it is something he will have tried. He will
Yeah.
have looked at.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. So let's just say the obvious. The claim is that we are not at all afraid of knight b5. And I want to also say something that this speaks to confidence. So remember when we were talking about this knight b6 like an hour ago,
Hmm.
we said, well, if you want to do this, I think it was right when I got into the stream. I was like, if you want to do this, doesn't it make sense to play queen d8 first to not allow knight b5?
Hmm.
Ding himself didn't know because he plays queen c7 and then tanks forever on knight b6.
Yeah.
So he himself was already not sure about knight b5 when he plays queen c7.
Yeah. What about Black Friday? Asks Melora. Um, I'm not a fan of capitalism, marketing, sales, and random consumption. I think on
But
Black Friday you should probably avoid buying stuff.
what is he asking it in relationship
I don't
to?
know. Just asked what about Black Friday out of the blue with my name tagged on it. So figured
Oh.
they wanted to know what I thought about Black Friday. I
We're
roll
gonna
all my
do.
internal eyes when I
Oh,
hear the words Black Friday.
David, did we make an announcement? We're not calling it a Black Friday sale, but we have we're calling it the World Championship sale,
Yeah.
right? Do we have that announcement ready, or is that not
Uh,
ready?
no, I don't. I don't know what the status on that is, so I didn't make any announcement about it.
Okay.
Plus, I voted against it, so you have to really give me in writing what I have to say, or I'm not saying nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't
Now,
think
one of the
I don't think Bishop
okay.
F1's a problem in that line. By the way, Merle's an MC. I think Black can handle it by then with a trade on C5 and Queen A5 probably, but um, what do
Dude,
I
I think
think?
we're gonna get one of Ding's, or excuse me, Gukesh's trademark tanks here
You think?
because it's not clear to me yet if we play knight, do we play knight b5 or not? And
Mm-hmm.
then after that, I know you're singularly obsessed with f5.
Yeah.
White's got a bunch of different ways to build the position.
Mm-hmm. I would not play Bishop F1 to anybody asking about Bishop F1 to deal with Knight C4. Even if the
No.
knight landed on C4, I wouldn't take it with that bishop. Because then Black will play B6, Bishop B7 and stuff at some point, and I'll
Yeah.
wish I had my good bishop. I'm going to let that knight sit on C4, and I'm just not going to sweat it. So, as White right here, I think the basic move is to castle. And then after Knight C4, play Bishop F2. And just go on about our business.
Okay, David, let me just say, I'm going to disagree a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the basic plan here, I don't know whether we do it with knight b5 yet or not, but is to play h4.
Okay.
I do want to say though that even castles, let's just say some chump moves like castles, knight c4, bishop f2, that position's also interesting. What is unappealing to me about that though is why are my king and rook actually better placed in that position, right? Because the bishop on f2 is in the way of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
In both positions, though, black is going to have the same problem. You've got your poser on c4, but then how do you generate play on the queen side?
Right. There's no pawn break, and there's not like a huge plan at the moment.
And let's say the obvious, I guess, f6 at some point has got to be the dream for black.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to bishop f2, that's going to make f6 more plausible.
Right. But okay, so like I castle, knight c4, bishop f2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll register castles with protest.
Yeah. Well, I had to move something, so.
Knight c4, bishop f2, and sure, I'll play f6.
And you play f6 immediately. Wow, just go into town with your own king. Your king's just opening the windows.
Well, boss, this is the
while
French.
he's
What do you want to do?
while he's undressed. Well, I mean, normally I would want to get dressed before I open the windows.
Black has maybe a little. There's reason to hope here after F6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's just say if you got that as black, you'd be like, okay, this is playable. I can do this.
Okay, what if I answered with F5?
Oh God.
I don't know what F6 was doing. I don't know any position where it was a good move, but I'll just play F5.
Well, one cool thing here is I don't know what I'm going to do yet with your F5, but on pawn takes, you're now going to give me your good knight for my terrible bishop. And I'll say thank you there at least.
Yeah. You're going to go from having a bad bishop to having bad light squares. It's a transition.
No, that's okay for black. Black has nothing to complain about there.
What? Where? Give me a line. I know you're going to beat me, but give me a line.
So you want to go F5?
Yeah.
By the way, let me just I just want you to look at this. You're not ready for F5. Your bishop's on F2 blocking your rook.
He's fine. Don't worry about my bishop, dog. Look, my first instinct here was knight takes E6, bishop E6, F5. So just be happy that I played F5 first. By the way.
Okay. Wait, castles did happen, by the way.
Yeah. He played my move, dog, and he's going to play my next move, too. Actually, he could also play queen E2, right? He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to tribute the tempo.
Okay, so let me just say my just 2 cents here. So when you castle, first of all, he decided against knight b5. And for that, I want to give, let's just say we're going to give Ding a little bit of credit because it's interesting. I think a lot of players would have been like, well, why am I giving knight b5 as an option? And then both players come to the conclusion that knight b5 is actually nothing special, right? Okay, then the next obvious thing to say is when we tank forever on castles, forever actually. I'm going to refresh my page to see how long.
Bishop f2.
No points for bishop f2. There's no other. That's one thing to do, buddy.
Hey, you can't tell me that my move is wrong. Then when Gukesh plays it, tell me I don't get points.
I'm trying to say, though, that there's a plan here that white has. Okay, so I think there's 2 moves here for black that if I was white, I would be now concerned with. F6 and castles. They both have their points. And the point of castles is to say, I'm not actually in a rush anymore to play F6 because I'll just get it anyway. And you can't, and white's natural move here would maybe be like bishop G3, but you can't because of knight E3.
Well, I still could. You don't understand how critical your position is. I can sack stuff. I can play bishop G3. I can play knight E6.
Now, when we get the next stream, we're going to have this eval bar. In fact, sometime David might pass out. I'll take over the stream and I'll put up the eval bar.
Yeah.
Because he's a capitalist, Mac user.
Oh,
he's a capitalist Mac user. He doesn't he doesn't get to use this eval bar. In any case, the point is that what I was going to say is at this point, I'm not convinced by this castles bishop f2 thing. And both f6 now and castles, if I had the eval bar, I would begin by saying it's equal. I'd begin by saying that. But honestly, as a French player, I'm kind of liking it now. Yeah, actually, I'll put it this way. If I was playing black, especially if I had tanked and was uncertain about the position, now I would at least be like, well, after castles or f6, that's a position I've seen before and I understand. And so I believe in f6, David, but I'm going to castle and I'm going to ask
when
you
Jesse's
what you
saying that he's going to add the eval bar, he's going to add his own eval bar.
We have our own Sensei eval bar.
An eval bar where Jesse sets the number, you see?
Yeah.
And he's going to try and set it to 0.0, even though it's clearly 0.2. You see? And then that's the argument.
But anyways, David, let's do this. Let's castle, and then you tell me what you're because you have an intuition here of how white should play. So you go ahead, boss.
Okay,
You do
bishop
what you
d7 was just played, by the way.
okay.
But you wanted to maybe castle for black. And yeah, I would overprotect my e5 pawn. I'd play queen e2 probably.
Bishop d7, by the way, may be truly interesting. Because maybe he's saying, you know what, now that we're all locked up there, maybe I might think about castling long.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to be pretty confident about that a pawn to leave it without a rook. That's like no babysitter.
Bishop d7. Okay, let's talk about bishop d7 for a second. I'm not getting the times anymore. This website, I don't know. How come you're not showing me the times anymore? Oh, yeah, I don't know. You're not telling me. Anyways, so bishop d7 throws the decision back to white and asks him, well, boss, what is it that you want to do to me?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure actually what. I mean, I didn't like this old castle's bishop f2 in the first place.
Okay. I think queen e2 still, just like against castles, queen e2. Overprotecting e5, coordinating the rooks. You know, I need to protect e5 a bunch if I'm going to play f5. And I am going to play f5. Just as soon as I can, I'm going to let it rip. Yeah.
Also, bishop d7 retains the h5 option. So bishop d7 is a very flexible move and is saying, I keep my options open for long castles for h5. And I always, then the default plan is always f6, but I keep those other options open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And David is obsessed with f5. And I just want to point out, at the moment, all it does is weaken the e pawn because there's nothing, it doesn't do anything. Like, let's say I give you that move.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I don't, and I give you that move. I'm not going to take on e5, and I'll be like, well, what next, buddy?
Well, I mean,
What is?
I'm waiting to see where your king goes, and then I'm going to savagely attack him wherever he is. Is this not clear?
I think Gukesh might think for a while here.
One of the main benefits of having a space advantage is to be able to follow the opponent's king wherever it goes. You know? What's the lead on the clock? 40 minutes? It's something, but at least things making some progress. He put a few moves on the board.
42 minutes, yeah.
Pretty close to finishing development. Maybe he even knows where he's going with his king.
Yeah, actually, I'll just say something obvious, my friends. Like, this game, it's clear. It's clear, you just look at it, that there's going to turn into a position that you're really going to have to calculate. It's obvious. You can just look at this position and be like, obviously, it's going to turn into a very difficult calculation game.
And the reason is you've got tons of pieces on the board, and it's not clear what the king safety situation will be, right?
Right. And so you're going to need epic amounts of time later. And dude's already down to less than 2 minutes a move. And there's this no increment thing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, even Gukesh is not playing that fast, in my opinion. You know, which is going to be overshadowed by him having a huge lead on the clock. But the way I play the clock in games, Jesse, is I play it like I want to have the time I need for the position. It's not in relation to my opponent's clock. It's in relation to my needs for the position that I have.
One idea, David, with bishop d7, by the way, is at some point maybe I take on d4.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't recapture with the knight,
Mm-hmm.
I create counterplay with bishop b5 and knight b2.
And you get into all those squares, right? Then you're twirling through d3. You can really pressure the c pawn. The knight could switch to a4 at some point.
Mm-hmm. And so the natural your natural move queen e2 I think it needs then to be prepared to take back with the knight if I play queen e2 and you play
Yeah,
knight takes.
I think I was planning to.
But I kind of would want the bishop on d4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The good thing about it is that either piece is good on d4. So I did slightly want the bishop on d4, but
Hmm.
I'm cool either way. You know, I'm not going to cry about my knight.
Okay, let me just say, you guys, David is very sanguine about White like crushing with F5 or something. And I just want to stress at this point, I'm a little nervous for White because let me just put it in my little lens. David wants F5. I'm trying to say no. White generally wants to be playing for space, and Black is playing to find some way to gain counterplay. And here I'm beginning to see paths of counterplay. And I don't like the bishop on I don't like this bishop F2, rook F1 thing that much.
Mm-hmm.
And so then when I'm trying to imagine what to do here, I'm seeing drawbacks to queen E2. And even if I play queen E2, one of the other things is like, if I was just going to give you another move after that, well, what would the next move be? David would say F5, but I'm trying to say it's probably
Okay, so queen e2. Oh, sorry, with bishop d7, right?
yeah.
And you're saying
And
what's my
I'll
next move? My next move is I can't play f5 yet, but it depends where you go with your king, right? But things that I might do in the near future are maybe put a rook on c1 or e1. I'm happy with my position. I'm not like in a huge rush, but if I get a chance, I'll play f5. Maybe I'll play bishop g3, which Gabriel just mentioned in chat.
Now I just want to stress knight B5 is still an option. And by the way, one of the basics of knight b5 was not just to say, oh, my knight is going to like land on you somewhere over there,
Mm-hmm.
but just to avoid the exchanges. And one of the things
Right.
about bishop d7 is it's setting black up to at some point exchange, and then that bishop, which is sometimes called the bad bishop, well, he'll have some squares. He'll
Mm-hmm.
have some squares. So knight b5 for that positional reason, even if I don't know where he's going after that,
Mm-hmm.
some sense to it.
Yeah, queen d8 would be played again, I guess. And then,
Another reason I don't like this position is now I don't have time anymore because my f4 pawn is a chump.
yeah,
After say h4, I feel like f6. I don't like it.
h4, f6.
Yeah.
You don't like the knight on b5 now?
Well, what with the knight on b5 actually, or with it on d4, I don't understand what White's doing. Like I feel like we don't have time anymore to play building moves like h4.
Um, okay. I mean, I think if you really wanted to, you could maybe play h4. My big question with h4 would be black playing h5.
Right. And now good. I mean, fair question. And then the question there would be on GH, Rook H5, Knight G5. Does White have something? There as Black, I would definitely be a little afraid. But on H4, I still don't have an answer to F6, so I'm not really contemplating it too much.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, I think my queen e2 move is also a move that helps prevent f6. That's another reason I like it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just
It's hard, by the way, to find another move besides Queen E2. But I'm just trying to say, for me, Queen E2 isn't yet a plan. And I think Black he would like a plan.
well, I mean,
White would
queen
like a
e2
plan,
is a
excuse me.
good move that coordinates my pieces and starts to fight for e5 and e6, which are going to be key squares in the upcoming battle. And you still have to decide where you put your king. I've placed my king. Now tell me where yours is going, right? I'm right here. I'm on g1 if you're searching for me, buddy. How about you? How about you?
Uh,
Whew.
okay, here's one idea, David. Here's one idea.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna put your Queen E2 on the board. I don't love it, but I also don't know what else to do for White. one thought I just had is if h5,
Mm-hmm.
bear with me for a second.
Yeah.
If h5, gh,
Mm-hmm.
rook takes, knight g5.
Mm-hmm.
Now maybe you could sack the exchange, but let's just pretend you can't, and you play like rook h6, and then h4. Well, maybe that's a little something for white. That might be a little something something. So, anyways, that would one of the things about Queen E2 is I would want to assure myself that after H5 I had something uh, interesting, at
Mm-hmm.
least. Right?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. We should definitely play a move that's ready for h5 in some way.
Mhm. Also, with that H5 variation, we could also go GH, rook takes, and then H4, and just going to play knight G5 next.
Mm-hmm.
Also possible if we were afraid of the exchange sacrifice.
Yeah. We can also, after rook h5, play f5. Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding.
I found a moment where I got to play f5. Finally, I used the rook on h5 because my e pawn was always hanging. That was what was stopping me.
Hmm.
Oh, you didn't call me a chump this time.
Oh no, it's just you're talking about F5. I've totally
You
blanked
just,
it out.
you just like were like, oh, I'll go talk to somebody else about a different move.
One thing that's interesting about Queenie too, by the way, is you're just waiting for a second, and it asks the question that I'm not sure I have the answer to, namely, which is Black played Bishop D7. It's this interesting flexible move. It's not would not have been my first choice, okay? But it's an interesting flexible move. And then it asks the question, Queenie two is like, well, what is it that you want, bud? What
Hmm.
is it that you're gonna do here?
Right. What's
Because
the big
Black has a
idea?
lot of moves. They could think about knight d4. They could think about h5. They can be at f6. They can make a castle short. Um, yeah.
Yeah. There is a part of each of us that would love for our opponent to spend a lot of time thinking if they've got 30 minutes and no increment. Everybody secretly wants their opponent to just flag. How do you feel
One,
about getting up at 5 a.m., Jesse? You seem pretty okay.
um, well, I'll tell you, when that alarm clock yelled at me, buddy, I was not so happy.
Not
I'm
so happy.
feeling better now, but that first moment, Tito,
Yeah.
it was not pleasant, my friend.
Okay.
Not pleasant. It's funny, you were talking about like two-handed chess earlier. Like
Mm-hmm.
I still want a castle for black, but then Bishop D7 isn't the most. If I was going to castle, I wouldn't necessarily want to play Bishop D7. So that's part of the thing. I'm trying to wrap my head around what this Bishop
Mm-hmm.
D7 really does.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll tell you what, Dave, maybe it'll help us to understand the following. Let's go, let me play black and let's spar it out a second.
yeah.
That'll help us maybe understand. So
Mm-hmm.
on Bishop F2, instead of Bishop D7, let's try castles.
Okay. Looks like I had Queen E2 planned, and that was the end of our calculation so far.
Okay, Queen E2, and then F6.
Okay, okay, okay. So what's your plan after EF6?
I'm probably going to take with a rook.
What's that?
I'm probably going to take with a rook.
Okay.
Now, while David's thinking, if I was going to be worried here as black, it's that somehow the bishop on G2 finds its way to D5.
I played G5. I'm working on Bishop D5.
He's working on it. Yeah. So right, this is a good variation for us to look at because this will show maybe the fears of the natural plan. So there might be a way for this to work, but David showed rook f4, knight e6, bishop e6, queen e6, king h8, and then actually it's not so simple. Not only is the d5 pawn weak, but bishop g3 at some point is going to hurt us.
Right.
So this doesn't actually work.
Here you've maybe got queen b6, right? In this one.
Maybe. Yeah, but I got other problems too.
But I mean, I could just take the pawn on d5 as well, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's not looking good.
G2's
So
angry.
so that castle's variation maybe shows how difficult f6 actually is.
Yeah. I mean, queen e2 basically just prevents f6. That's one of the main things it does. Yes, Gabriel, I had the option of playing bishop g3 in that line right after rook f4, right here. Totally playable for white. I just thought in this position I'd rather be a clean pawn up than an exchange up. So I took on e6.
And one of the things I want to add that's interesting is that the knight on c4, it looks nice, but it doesn't help us with the f6 plan because we need to, like if the knight were on b6, then it would be controlling that d5 square and then it would be more plausible. So imagine David's obsessed with like winning the pawn on e6. In a lot of ways, I'm happy to give it to him because that's my bad bishop on c8. But I don't want my entire position, like the pawn on d5, to collapse. So the knight on c4 is interesting that way. It's like, oh, maybe it doesn't really helping with that plan, with the f6 plan.
Yeah. If you play f6 and then trade that bad bishop on c8, it becomes weak light squares. In a flash, it just transitions.
I don't know why, but I'm not getting the times anymore. But anyways, okay. Maybe if I just...
Gukesh is tanking.
Well, we expected this, just because he started the game off with the time advantage. I was like, we all know this guy's gonna tank.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it was inevitable.
Actually, it's a good difference between not only chump GMs and like Ding, but also just not Ding. I keep calling him Ding. Chump GMs and Gukesh, but also just Gukesh and other players, because I think a lot of players would be like, okay, I don't know, I don't see anything else besides Queen E2, so let's do it. And
Right.
Gukesh's approach is, no, you know what, buddy, I'm gonna really figure out everything that Black can do before I commit to this natural Queen E2.
Yeah.
So even if Queen E2 is the move he's gonna probably play, he's like, nope, I'm gonna figure it out. Which, it hasn't backfired on him in the games we've watched of him. But for normal humans, well, that backfires. Normal human players, that's gonna backfire when you play that way, my friend.
Yeah.
Do you see another move, David, besides Queen E2?
Yes. I mean, another move would be maybe rook e1, rook c1.
Those moves, that rook e1 makes no sense because it's already kind of has dreams on the F file.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Rook
make
c1,
no sense.
nobody.
It again fights for e5 and e6,
No.
And some people wanted to play bishop f1, though I wasn't one of them.
Oh yeah, we don't want bishop f1. Okay, David.
There's
actually,
some folks in chat who might want to play knight d2. I saw somebody mention knight d2 at some point. I don't know if it was exactly in this position, but knight d2.
Oh, okay. Well, David, let's ask here. Maybe here's just the reticence of reluctance to Queen E2. So Queen E2, and I'll play knight D4, and you wanted knight takes D4, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's give this half a second. Okay, I'm going to play knight B2.
Knight b2?
Mm-hmm.
You think you're gonna like take on c3 or something?
Well, I also have queen C4 and queen in as an idea.
Okay. Good for you. I mean, I don't exactly want to trade queens.
This is why if I was white, I want that bishop on d4. I want the knight on d4.
Okay, I guess I go rook a c1.
Oh, but then queen c4, bud.
I know.
You're going to give me a2?
No, I was going to trade queens.
Oh, well, then black's fine, dude. Then I'm okay. No, then we can maybe if I'm black, maybe I'm just even I like the position now.
Okay.
Great. So that wasn't it.
That wasn't it. Okay. So you just trade and play queen c4.
Let's try knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. And then the point would be that after bishop b5, it looks horrendous. Well, not horrendous. It looks like this is something we don't want as white. But on the other hand, the knight can't move yet on c4.
Okay.
This feels like an accomplishment, though, for black, right? Because we could play queen c6 or queen d7 next.
It's going to threaten some big-time stuff.
Yeah.
So white has to start clearing. White has to start clearing the space.
Okay, David, let's just admit something.
Yeah.
We kind of have a sense now of what bishop b7 is about and why queen e2 is maybe not the best move.
I see.
I don't know what else white's going to do. I'm just seeing that queen e2 has some drawbacks.
Yeah. Mithra Neuro, white's play is not necessarily always on the king side. It's often there. But b5 itself for white as a pawn push doesn't seem to help white too much on the queen side or anywhere, really. It sort of gives black the c5 square for a piece. And it leaves the b pawn as a target that black can attack. So...
Right, and in general, in these French positions, right, black needs to find play on the queen side, and white will try to find play on the king side. And generally, we don't, as white, want to move a bunch of pawns over on the queen side. But notice that the pawns on c3 and b4, at least at the moment, while some textbooks might call them weak or a backward pawn on c3 or something, they do a good job of controlling the black minors from bum rushing my queen side. So, but b5 would give that grip away and give black a lot of squares. So we don't want to play b5 unless we have some nice trick involved with it.
Yep.
Oh, let's do another thought exercise, David.
Yeah.
So, on bishop f2. So this is I'll try to explain why this is important in a second. What would have happened if I had just played f6?
Okay.
And the reason this is important is that in addition to queen e2 after bishop d7, white could play h4, but then for me anyways, the question would be like, well, I'm a little worried about f6. But if I wasn't worried about f6 on the previous move, maybe I wouldn't be worried about it right there.
Okay, so we mentioned f5 in this position, right?
Oh, God. Yeah, I definitely don't like f5.
Yep. Fair enough. f5 doesn't like black.
So I would say instead of I'm just trying to figure it out, David. Instead of F5, I would be like EF,
Yep.
bishop F6.
Mm-hmm. And then what? You don't even have a
I
follow-up.
got it. I have an idea, actually. I have an idea. So on F6, I could then play knight B5. Let me put in queen B8 for a second. So knight B5, queen B8, and then EF, bishop F6, G5, and then you got to go back to E7, right?
Let me double check. Probably. Okay. Yeah. Come back.
And then your move, David, and then F5. See, that way I don't.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah. You
this
can play
this
F5
way
and
I
yeah. Okay.
this way it's a little
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm more nervous. Okay, good. So maybe what this helps us understand is after bishop D7, if white now can build with H, let's put it as a question. Can white build with the natural H4?
Okay. Jesse, can we just calculate bishop d7 f5 for a second?
Okay,
It
but
provides another baseline here.
okay. Okay. Now,
And
if I was going to give you another,
Blunderfist thinks that Gukesh is currently calculating f5.
okay. Uh, let me just ask you a quick question before we go down this rabbit hole. What is your next move?
Well, it depends on your next move. If you literally passed,
Yeah, well, yeah. What would you do if I passed? Because I'm just seeing like a weakness created on E5. That's all I'm seeing. Doesn't mean I got to take it right away. I'm just seeing that like permanente, Kaiser permanente.
if you do nothing, I might play knight b5. But probably queen e2, honestly. Probably queen e2.
Okay, so black's candidate moves here obviously are knight e5, h5, knight takes d4, castle's long. They all kind of look plausible to me. Okay, so I'm gonna say actually this is where we can play guess the move, honestly. H4 is my little guess the move.
Okay.
And actually, I'll try to explain what I think white could say to black, right? So with H4, we're saying I'm building on my strong side of the board. And David, this right, okay. I'm building on my strong side of the board. I'm still looking at various knight b2 things after h4 too. There's a variety of ways that he can try to worm into me with knight b2. So I wanted to say the obvious. A problem with queen e2 is that the queen, the first thing we were seeing with queen e2 is there's bishop b5, but there's also the queen c4 idea is always going to give black good play if it can get there.
Yeah, I was kind of annoyed by that queen c4 maneuver. I will agree.
And by the way, even on f5, I can also do knight b2, knight d4 stuff.
Knight
it doesn't go away.
b2?
Well, either with knight d4 or with knight d4 first.
Knight d4 first. Okay.
It's harder to calculate because then you got to calculate all of white's options after knight takes d4, right? But it's just one of the plans that's available to him.
Yeah. So let's say white takes with the queen then, maybe?
Oh my God. I shouldn't have done this because now you're looking at F5 again. I thought we were past it, man. Okay, wait. So just to show the plan, instead of knight d4, David, on f5, I'll play knight b2. I think black has so many different things after f5. I
Knight
really
b2.
don't like f5. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. I'll play knight takes d4. And David
You're
wants,
not daring to take one of my pawns here?
I mean, knight takes d4, queen takes d4. I don't get, because then I just play ef, and then what are you doing?
I guess e6.
Oh, bishop takes, I don't know. I'm killing you here.
You're what?
I got bishop e6. I got bishop f6. What are you doing?
Bishop e6, queen g7.
Oh. Queen g7. Castle's long. Oh, the milk's gone bad, bud. No, that's not what you wanted.
G takes f.
Rook g8.
Which one?
I'll do h.
Okay, rook hg8, queen h7. Maybe. Wait, hang on.
You gotta be careful, buddy. I don't know.
All right, I'm going to be careful.
No, this is ridiculous, David. Come on, stop. Stop. What are you doing to yourself? You're breaking all the rules. You're giving me everything. No, we can do better than this, bud. Come on. Let's I know it's late over there for you. I know it's late. You're getting punch drunk with this f5 move. Okay, wait. Bishop d7. It's a hard moment, Tito. Dude, he is tanked good here. I'm going to get myself a coffee, David. I'm coming back.
Okay. My instinct was really this queen e2 move, but what Jesse did with queen c4 annoyed the heck out of me. Kills my heart to take the rook off the f-file. Man, Gukesh in time pressure too now. This game is going to be far too nerve-wracking to watch. How long has he been thinking? Probably about 30 minutes. Queen e2 is slow, yeah. It's supposed to be slow. You want to see what happened with queen e2, knight d4 again? This was the move that bothered me, Gabriel. Yeah, bishop b5. Basically, black's not threatening to move the knight at the moment because the bishop's hanging, right? But next move, black could play queen c6 or queen d7, and suddenly it'll be too late. So, good, Merle's good. Oh man, he played queen e2. It took a year, but he played it. I would have played that 34 minutes ago with no idea what was to come. Ay, 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 Ding was ready. He instantly trades. No, you're remembering right, George. Jesse is quite the French player. Yeah, we also looked at recapturing with the knight, Marcus. And when we recapture with the knight, the way Jesse bothered us was knight b2. And then just playing queen c4. Oh man. Gukesh thought 40 minutes, and now he's not sure how he's recapturing. Ay, ay, ay. It's too much stress for me already. Too much stress. All right, Merles wants to see laughing in the face of danger. F5. Let's look at queen d7 against that move.
He still hasn't moved, dude. He still hasn't moved.
No,
Oh,
they
no.
played it. They played a move.
Oh, they did play a move.
Yeah, but Gukesh made a move and maybe walked off to the bathroom, and Ding quickly played knight d4 as soon as he walked away.
So yeah, I guess I think I'm right, dude. That this queen e2, the problem is knight d4, and then knight. I don't know how you recapture.
Mm-hmm.
Because that bishop knight b2 stuff is like kind of annoying. Typical French nonsense on the queen side.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I was Ding, I would, imagine just psychologically, right? You're all messed up. You're like, I'm depressed. I'm a sad dude.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start playing these moves, and you're low on time. Maybe you're a little not confident because the guy's blitzing some opening prep.
Mm-hmm.
But then you get to this kind of position and dude tanks forever on queen e2. Well, you're gonna start feeling like, hey, maybe I'm a person too.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, I would,
Yeah.
but I'm immortal.
And as a French player too, you get this position, you're starting to wiggle in there. That's the dream of the French, a little wiggle in the tickle.
Yeah, Merles, I agree. We'd have to move the rook now. So let's go rook f2 in this Situatsk here.
I think this is a hard choice, by the way, with whether he plays bishop d4 or knight d4. It's a hard choice. I don't know which one's right.
Oh, Jesse, check this out. Ormley is saying there's a FIDE stream that just has the players and the live board. No eval bar, no idiots yapping away about it. Just beautiful, beautiful video.
Does anyone have the link for the players' faces? That would be good if I could see that. Actually, Reynolds is talking about this stream. Does it have the vid feed? I mean, it probably does. Actually, well, let me just Google it. Let me go to YouTube and look at the feed. I think that's very enjoyable to watch the faces.
Yeah. Merle says this might lose to knight d6.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to post this in our chat. You can check it out too, David. It's just the dudes playing in the sad room. Looks like a very sad room, honestly. And anyway, so here it is. No eval bar.
Yeah.
And I'll put this in the YouTube chat too.
Cool. All right.
It looks like a sad office space, right? It's got those that kind of ceiling with the like a popcorn ceiling or something like that.
Hmm. Yeah.
If I was playing a world championship match, I'd be like, give me something pretty, boss.
Looks like they should
Not
stay in
this.
their chairs. The ceiling doesn't look very high. I don't know about standing up.
Gukesh has my chair, by the way. That's the chair that I currently have. I'm pretty sure that's the exact same model.
FIDE World Championship, Singapore 2024. Oh, man.
And Ding has got a sad office chair to match the sad office space in which they're playing. And you're right, David. He played knight takes d4, and dude is off
Yeah.
taking a wee. Here he comes.
I just got my first view of Gukesh.
So yeah, we'll see how fast we're gonna assume that he thought about knight takes d4 when he played queen e2.
Mm-hmm. Aye, aye, aye. They've got over 4,000 people watching that stream of just like the position and the faces. That's great. Beautiful. I mean, I guess it could have been 4 million, but you know, looks nice.
So I was thinking, so knight takes d4 was played, and I am guessing knight b2, but maybe there's some other idea for black. But knight b2 looked annoying, you know. I want to go ahead and say too, David, if once we get that eval bar up, that I would give this. I'd just rather be black, so I don't know. I'd put it at 0.3 or something that night. 0.3 for black after knight b2.
0.3 for black. Wow.
Knight b2. Who's the GM here? Hey, who is it, buddy? I saw this half an hour ago. Oh. And David was like, I'm gonna play f5 and bust you in the coconut, son. Yeah, buddy. Who's the GM in the house, buddy? Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. All right, it's you, Jesse.
Skebik says, it looks nice, but it isn't just something aesthetic. Well, the point is now I'm going to get some squares. And queen c4 is a hell of a square. And if we go into that end game, I don't want to say that black's winning or anything, but just it's a nice end game. Yeah.
Yeah. Aye.
So white definitely needs an idea now, my friend. We're going to guess. Let's just presume that Gukesh saw this business. What ideas are there? Because rook c1 is truly not inspiring after you see queen c4. Maybe queen f3, Dave, just to try to sidestep this business.
Yep.
I assume queen c4 still comes.
You think queen c4 would be played anyway, even with the queen gone?
It's funny. I did have an idea for you, and you're gonna like it too much. I'm afraid I don't even want to tell you. Okay, but you could dream about queen f3, queen c4, and then don't do it, cry. I'm gonna do it f5 now.
Then you have queen d3 continuing to.
But I have queen d3. I have the intermezzo fe.
And then fe.
And you're just gonna let me play queen f7?
There's a bishop on f2.
Oh, the bishop on f2. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. So yes, honestly, I will let you play queen f7.
But honestly, even bishop takes e6 is 5 for black. I'm just trying to make something for white. I think so. Let me stress, one of the problems of this position for white that the eval bar will not tell you is black now has a really simple plan, and there's I don't see any simple ways for white to play this position. Also interesting is, in general, I'm not too interested in whacking the pawn on c3. But if you're white, you're like, well, maybe he could whack the pawn on c3.
Yep. For sure. You don't know when your opponent is going to decide that they do want to whack it.
Okay, so kind of fast, he plays queen e3.
Jake asks, can black actually play to win the c-pawn? Eventually, yeah. Eventually, if you felt safe sending your knight all the way over to a4. That would give you some juice and some pressure against c3. I mean, you'd want things on the other parts of the board to be pretty stable to really go after the c pawn, I think.
All right, guys, let's say the obvious. There's two candidate moves here for black. Rook c8 and queen c4. I'm thinking, David, that Gukesh's intention on queen c4 is to move the rook on f1 somewhere. I don't know where yet. And then play bishop f1.
His intention is to do what?
Move the rook from f1 to somewhere and then bishop f1 if queen c4.
Yeah. Have that available at least.
And okay, now I'm going to say something. This is where calculation matters. It didn't matter that much before, Gukesh and Ding. Now it matters, and now you wish you had all some time in the world. But you don't, buddy, because you blew it.
Well, I mean, they blew it together, right? They both don't have time. And he's played rook c8 quickly.
Now, on the surface, this looks natural. A question mark for me, though, would be the kind. Well, okay. Rook fc1 at least deals with all the queen c4 stuff, but maybe it's just so sad to put the rook like there that we don't want to do it.
Leaves the other one stuck at the same time, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty miserable.
But it does stop the counterplay for a moment, though.
But two trapped rooks is very miserable. Very miserable. Yeah.
One thing, though, is, well, what else do you want to do? Okay,
I believe that you'll play queen c3.
Yeah, I think queen c3 is going to be a thing.
Too many people are asking if black is better now. Oh.
No, I think black is, at the very minimum, you want to be black. But here, let me just put the question that I don't quite get yet. If I was debating after queen e3 whether I wanted to play rook c8 or queen c4, my question would be, what is my intention after the nasty rook fc1? What is black's intention now? Because I don't know what it is. And
okay, we'll try it out. We'll try it out here.
Oh, David, I have myself a very nice coffee, my friend. Oh, just delicious.
Do you like coffee?
Do I like coffee? So,
shoot, I'm on the wrong board.
One very basic intention, actually, if I get you to play rook fc1 like a sad sack, is maybe then I play h5. Then h5 makes more sense because I put your pieces all in Azkaban over there.
You've read Harry Potter too?
I got kids, buddy. I got kids.
Oh, okay. So they're reading it.
Oh, we read the first 3 books, yeah. I don't know if we're going to go on to book 4. We had this like illustrated edition that was really cool. Yeah, so we do like black. I don't actually, we're going to, by the way, for the next rounds, we'll have our little Sensei eval bar up. But David, I would be at like 0.3 for black or something like that.
Not the end of the world yet, but you can taste it.
Yeah, and also I would say, like, one of the things the eval bar won't tell you is just the difficulty of playing it. So, like, the sadness of rook fc1 is like you just gain a sense after you play that move that strategically you're not doing anything anymore. You're just responding to black's business.
No, I mean, then you feel like you're stuck in an office space, staring at the popcorn ceiling and shuffling papers all day. It doesn't even matter which direction the papers go.
Oh, SBC McManus, let's talk about Ghostya. He said he was going to be here. And let's just talk about this for a second. David is up in the middle of the night over there. I'm up in the morning. We're the old dudes. We're the ones with kids. And our millennial friend is just like, nah, I'm too tired. Too tired.
Uh,
What's that about
I'm
it?
sure he's got a reason. Go easy on him, Jesse, because there's going to be some nights where we don't get up. It'll happen to you, and you'll hope that people have
Okay,
kind
Rook
things to say.
AC1. Okay, so this is a bold move. I was thinking
Whoa,
about,
what's he
and
doing with the pawn on a2?
well, I think the claim is if you want to go take that pawn, you can be my guest. Okay.
So you mean he's going to play queen c4 f5?
Well, maybe, dude, maybe. Now, let me just say about this queen c4 thing. The bummer for white, okay, is that after queen c4, black has really two things I'm looking at. It's not just the pawn on a2, but also queen d3 and knight d3 are kind of sort of annoying.
Mm-hmm. You want to know the biggest bummer for white is like Ding's got his confidence. He just banged out queen c4. He's just like,
Yep.
yeah, I see
Yep,
it
queen
all.
c4. Well, one of the cool things about playing queen c4 is you have two threats that white has to worry about. So, and what else were you going to do? That was the whole intention of knight b2.
I guess so. I guess so. So against queen a2, if white played rook a1, would the queen have to go back to c4 and maybe you could play rook a3? So maybe queen a2 is not like a crushing threat?
Right. I think that's the claim.
But queen d3 is checkmate.
Queen d3 is checkmate.
So my lady. I guess she's got e1. It's only checkmate because I was considering rook e1. And then I've checkmated myself. Okay.
All right, David, I want to say one of my many obvious things.
Yeah.
The bishop on f2. I've been unhappy about this bishop forever. And there's a lot of ways it's poisoning the position.
Ooh. The reason I was thinking about moving the rook, Jesse, is because knight d3 could be annoying. Otherwise.
Well, knight d3, like let's say it was black's move here, knight d3, rook c2, and then what are you going to do?
Sorry, say that. Knight d3, rook c2?
Yeah. I mean, you can't do it because we're just like we're wondering if that's a threat. I don't know if that's so special.
Bishop a4.
Or maybe it is kind of special, huh?
Yep. Resignation.
We just all right, David, let me just try to express in words what I think the dream for white could be. Whether it works or not, I think this is the dream. That we are going to find a way to prevent the exchange of queens with queen d3 and to not be afraid of queen a2.
You sound like some people hammering out a mission statement for a nonprofit.
Well, dude, if you're going to be sitting in that office space over there all night long, you might as well.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Fair enough. You've got an orderly thought process.
So, for example, if you played a move like, let's just say you're crazy f5. By the way, f5 now is a little bit more plausible than before because at least black doesn't have the e5 pawn like just on it. It's just unclear what it does. That's the problem with f5. But okay, if we were going to play to f5, we would need to feel confident about queen d3, queen a2, and knight d3.
Yeah. Or unconfident about all of them and just be in desperation mode. That's another place where people play moves like f5, you know? They like sit around like humming and hawing about it. And then finally, things get bad enough that you're like, oh, I guess I got to just do it.
Yeah, I don't see what f5 does though. So let's just see if we can come up with another move. So right, but we want to move that addresses all three of black's threats. So rook fe1 is a sad thought, but it's a thought. It's a sad thought because I didn't really want the rook. Uh, I, I had dreams on f1.
But you're saying after queen c4 in the live position, rook e1?
Maybe. I'm just trying to come up with a move for him,
But
boss.
then queen d3 is checkmate, right? That's just it.
Well, but I'm saying there in that position, let's say queen d3 and then bishop f1, and then I'm not dead. Game go on.
Uh-huh. Okay. Technically, yes. Game goes on. Do we want to
You're
be
just so
there?
sad with the exchange of queens,
I
buddy.
know. Do we want to be there? Do we want to be part of the game that's going on? Maybe.
Dude, but the point is though that that end game will be spicy. So let's just say if it goes to an end game like that, dude, these people don't have any time left. It's going to be a hectic situation and an interesting end game. If that, it's not the end of the game, David.
Right.
Not even
Right.
close.
No, no, it's true. Gukesh has a lot more fighting spirit than I do.
Mm.
We just
Right,
got
dude,
some kind of a move, right?
Oh, he played your move, dude. F5.
Yeah.
And Ding instantly believed him and played Queen D3. Now, this
F5.
move, Queen D3, actually is, I would have said, if I was Ding, I would have been like, well, that would have been a good move to have time to think about it. Because your knight D3, I think, was interesting, David.
But somehow not thinking is working real well, right? Like since he stopped thinking, he's just banging out bangers. I mean, just great moves.
Well, is Queen D3 really that strong? Because the advantage of F5 was that it enabled Queen F4 now.
Mm-hmm.
And then what is my queen? Oh, you're going to take on C3, I guess. I don't know if you're going to take on C3. I don't feel 100% on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's a variation, David, that's kind of interesting. Let's
Yeah.
say Queen F4.
Yeah.
One thing I just realized is maybe I could take on C3. Rook takes,
Right. Let's try
Queen
some
takes,
tacos.
Rook C1, and then Knight D3.
Good lord.
And well, that black's doing okay in that variation, right?
But white's doing okay too, maybe, right? Since we get the rook on c7.
I don't know. You're going to lose that. I don't know. Hard to
Yeah.
say. Honestly,
Okay.
hard to say. Hard to say.
Actually, maybe I should take on a3. But okay, I mean, white's not better. White's not better.
Boss, I don't think you're better anymore, buddy. But let me
I know.
just stress. Let me just stress. I think the idea of F5 was to get the queen to the F4 square on the Queen D3 variation. Remember, whatever he did, whether it's F5 or something, he had to defend against Knight D3, Queen D3, and Queen A2. Right? Ding immediately plays Queen D3. And let me just say, David, I feel like that's bad form. Because your Knight D3 was definitely something to be calculated.
Mm-hmm.
Queen D3 is like the move of a guy who's like, I'm kind of frightened, boss. I want out. I want out. I don't want to see it no more.
Okay, let's try your rook c3 again.
And David, I just want to stress on Queen D3. If white is feared, just play Rook FE1. You're okay. You're okay after Rook FE1. No, wait. Is that true? No, you're not okay actually on Rook F. Rook FE1 will not work,
no,
right?
it won't. We
Because
got
if Queen takes and there's no bishop takes because of Knight D3 and no Rook takes because
we
of
got
bishop.
horrors. We got horrors visited upon us there.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay, so Queen F4. Let's try Rook C3 again. We've also got a question from the Peanut Gallery about G5, which we have to look at in a second. So, Rook C3, Queen C3. Let's go FE now, Jesse. Let's go FE. Wait a minute, we also have F6, right? But then Knight D3. Okay, so let's go FE. I imagine you take back FE, right?
Wait, David, can you just pause for a second? So on Rook takes C3, you played Rook takes C3.
Yeah.
Let's just pause because I don't actually I'm feeling a little uncomfortable here as black. So first question, if F6, what are you gonna do?
Is this with or without a trade on c3?
No, no trade on c3.
No trade on c3. So we keep d3 from the knight for a move by leaving the queen
Right,
there.
right.
Yeah, okay. Now you're talking. Okay.
And I'm looking at b8. So if you go
Right.
gf, ef, I have queen b8
Oh,
as a
yeah,
problem.
I know. The only point of f6 for me was that as well.
Maybe gf, ef, bishop d8?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I don't know. But then I'm going to start looking at Prussian things like bishop d5. I don't know.
I mean, we also have knight f5 then, right? I mean, we got some real ragers now.
So let's just say this is very dangerous for black. Okay, so queen d3,
Yeah,
I think.
mean, knight f5 might just be.
So I don't. This is why I thought queen d3 was maybe premature. Okay, so queen f4. Besides rook takes c3, which is maybe insane.
Okay.
Does black have other moves? I don't.
Well,
g5 doesn't appeal to me.
Let's look at
Okay,
g5.
we can look. We can look.
I mean, MC is a very strong player, so give it a look. So g5.
So is the intention if I go fg that you want to play queen g6?
Yeah, he wants to bring the queen back out and clear d3 for the knight again, plus bishop g5. They're saying there's been a live move or a live something going on. Queen e1.
Queen e1.
Not queen f4.
Queen e1 does not inspire confidence.
Hang on, does black not have bishop g5?
Okay, good question. That's the obvious question.
What?
We got to ask this one.
Who? He's giving up the squares? What? Bishop g5 played. I mean,
okay, they're seeing something that we aren't though. Hold on. Gukesh has some kind of idea here. We're just about to find out what it is. Okay, so rook c2 does not look good because of bishop a4. What is the intention here? And sacking the exchange. By the way, sacking the exchange, I don't know how we do it yet, but it's not dumb.
Maybe bishop d5 here is his plan.
Yeah, this key moment has arisen, my friends. Key moment. So let me just point out, when you're a French player and you take the rook with your good bishop, let's just imagine it's black's move for a second, okay? By the way, I think bishop d2 is a hassle in the castle. But let's just say bishop c1, queen c1. Then I'm threatened. Let's say bishop c1, queen c1, rook c3. Then I've got queen g5, and then I am talking to you at least.
So what do you play before bishop c1 while you're waiting?
I don't know yet. I'm just trying to tell you that maybe we have a way to sack the exchange and have an interesting position.
Yeah.
But in addition to bishop c1, bishop d2 is a bone cracker.
Oof. Oof. Looks
By the way, on that queen f4 g5 thing, I mean, even there, if I went like queen g3 or something, the g5 is a big concession. So I didn't. Okay, so he looked at queen f4, he didn't like it for some reason, and now this bishop g5, dude, it
looks like a blunder to me. I mean, it straight up looks like a blunder to me.
It doesn't look happy. It's true. Can we just talk about that bishop on f2 and how much I've despised it for like the last 2 hours?
No, you've despised it. Everybody knows. Okay, look, here's the thing. Fe, bishop h4, bishop d2. And now queen f2, bishop back to e3.
I'm looking at Ding's face. He's definitely a little nervous, my friends. He's doing his calculation dance.
Blitz like the last 10 moves.
Well, he realized it's like, oh, I'm playing the world championship. I can't be thinking forever. Maybe I gotta move.
Okay, so bishop g5, he's played rook c2. And Ding blitzes out not bishop a4, but rook c4, threatening very basic rook d4. And he plays it so fast. It's like...
Okay, wait, David. I have to... No, the chump GM in me just has to know, what was the issue with bishop a4? Thing is truly blitzing, dude. Wait,
Yeah.
what's going on, buddy? Especially now, it would be time to, I would slow down because maybe you're winning. So take a moment, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
So wait a second. Okay, let's just try to understand, David. So bishop a4 instead of rook c4.
Well, maybe white
What
just
was?
takes on e6, right? And then just like Skullcomes your king.
Oh, maybe we're gonna play Mr. Skelcom over there. Okay.
I
That
mean,
might that might have been a very that okay, let's give Gukesh some credit. Whether that works or not, that's at least an interesting position for white.
yeah.
Okay, David, don't give up yet.
I didn't give up.
Okay, rook c4.
I mean, but I mean, I can. It feels like he blundered bishop g5. That's how bad it feels. So I don't. Sometimes you just have a sense that things are going in the wrong direction. This happens to me even when I'm playing myself a position like this as white. You know, like I just know that I'm going down, even if I can't see it yet.
Oh, he's tanking pretty good, man. He's got his head down. You know, one of the things I can imagine happening is he comes up with this queen e1 move and he's calculated like bishop g5, rook c2, bishop a4, but then maybe is oblivious to the simple rook c4.
Mm-hmm. Man, black's beating him at rook odds. In 20 moves.
If he doesn't have, let's just say the obvious, if he doesn't have a move here, he's lost.
Mm-hmm.
The bishop a4 is still coming. Black has plenty of time now. And on h4, you don't even necessarily have to get fancy with like a rook d4. You just play bishop f4 and say, what? What do you want?
Say what?
Maybe h4 is the critical move, though, David. Because on f4, the bishop will be hanging in a lot of those variations with like rook d4, bishop d4, right? So maybe h4.
God, just inviting the black pieces in even further. What a horror show.
But at least it will defend against rook d4, bishop d4, queen c2.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. What about, okay, a simpler move, rook e2, just moving the piece that's being threatened.
Okay, it's a thought. But then queen c3, didn't I checkmate your queen? Isn't that the thing you're ultimately afraid of?
It is something I was ultimately afraid of till I was going to lose a rook for nothing, and then I looked at candidate moves that don't hang the rook. Okay.
Yeah.
Now. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, ay, ay, ay. I've got nothing to say after bishop g5. It's just dead. What do you want me to say? It doesn't make any sense. It just looks like a blunder. You've lost control of all your own internal squares.
You're the one that wanted to play f5 so bad, buddy.
And the organs start falling out. Yeah, but
um, well, yeah, it does look good. Oh, his chair's shaking, dude. He's shaking the chair. I know that feeling. Yeah.
yeah.
It's funny. He's got such a poker face, but you know of course there'll be moments where your anxiety will give yourself away. Um,
Yeah. I would be giving a lot more away. Ay, ay, ay.
One of the things too about this game is, and this would just I want to say, like when you play for space, regardless of whatever position it is, it's so easy to lose control. So like here, Black didn't actually have to do anything that super special because Chump GM found Knight B2 and Queen C4, right?
Yeah.
And that's how a Chump GM can oftentimes, beat a super GM or compete with them because they're playing for space, and then you just miss some moves where they're coming in and touching your coconuts on the light squares like this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure I have a different move besides H4. I don't even know what it does after Bishop F4, but well, I do know what it does. It's saying that I'm momentarily stopping Rook takes D4.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay, Jesse. I'm going to play FE6. In the live position.
I thought you were going to play Bishop D5, dude.
I play FE6 first here.
Okay. All right. I don't know how to recapture yet. Both moves look interesting. I would say Bishop takes E6 is more principled, so I'll start with that.
H4 move, and Ding just blitzed him again. Ay, ay, ay.
Well, Bishop F4 makes a lot of sense, and he saw that coming. And now our friend Gukesh, buddy, not so much time remaining. So now, okay, Gukesh has 1 minute a move, no increment, 1 minute a move. And this is a spicy situation where I can imagine, you're desperate, so you could spend easily 20 minutes in this position thinking about it. But you don't have no 20 minutes. All right.
But if you're losing a rook, it doesn't matter how much time you had either. Like,
True.
he not only spent a lot of time, but he also seems to be in a dead position really fast here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Skibik saying exactly what's meant by internal squares. Ay, 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 ay. How much time has Ding spent over the last 5 moves? I mean, something like 40 seconds. I don't even know how he plays the moves that fast.
I mean, come on, Bishop F4, Chump GM saw that. Chump
No, but
GM
I just physically executing them. He's going so fast. I mean, it's a classical match where you're like writing your moves down. It's really fast.
One of the things actually I said ages ago when I saw the Knight B2 plan was I was like, I would say it was a 0.3 for Black, but I also said it's harder for White to play because Black had a clear infiltration plan and White didn't know what the hell he was doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. He's revealed some kind of something here with Queen B1. I guess he's threatening Rook B2. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Thing ain't giving up. He ain't giving up yet. So Bishop E5, Rook B2. That looks like a thought.
So Rook
I'll tell you though, that
defense.
queen is a sad queen.
Yeah.
That's a sad queen.
Yeah, Rook C3 defends the queen.
Okay, will Ding keep up his instant play? This would be the moment to take him home. Now, yeah, let's say the obvious. We got what did he call you earlier? A cheapo master or something like that?
Oh,
No.
Yeah.
What was it? It was a great word though. What was it?
Cheapo merchant?
A cheapo merchant. That's what you are, buddy. You are a cheapo merchant. Okay, so Queen B1 is a cheapo merchant move, trying for Rook B2. White's pieces are a disaster. And rook c3 is the obvious move, but we gotta suspect there's probably other moves here too.
There don't have to be tons, because I mean rook b2 is a little kind of funnels you to the next move.
For example, knight a4 is probably a move.
Knight a4, rook d1,
and then knight takes c3.
Knight takes c3.
Welcome to my coconuts.
Knight b1. Rook b3.
So let's just say, David, the point is that rook c3 isn't black's only move. And now Ding is doing it right. Now it's time to calculate, because we have two moves that are reasonable, knight a4 and rook c3. Maybe there's even something else. His position's that good.
Yeah, his position got good. Oh.
Now the drama with rook c3, okay, I'll just put, is that it looks winning, but you want to make sure there's no way for white to start any fancy business. I don't see any fancy business, honestly, because the bishop on f4 is at this point so monstrous. It is so monstrous. It's, David, that bishop's deep in you, boss.
Deep.
That bishop's deep in you, and your queen, even after rook c, it's a disaster now, but after rook c3, it's also a disaster.
Yeah.
So both rook c3 and knight a4 look very strong. Rook c3 is the more obvious.
Only rook c3 looks very strong to me.
What do you see against knight a4?
Just the moves: rook d1, knight c3, rook d3, knight b1, rook b3. I mean, I'm not pumped to be white, but
okay. No, okay, so let's just say maybe you're surviving there.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not bleeding pieces yet. Maybe a pawn.
Okay.
This is going to be over before Kosti gets up, Joseph. There won't be a second time control today. Ugh.
God, do you think they could have got him a nicer room? What a sad-ass room they got him, man. Oh, by the way, did it start right on time, or was there like a delay?
Yeah, it started on time, no delay.
Ding recognizes that he's got the coconuts here. His face looks kind of puffy in a weird way. I don't know if you're noticing that.
I don't. He looks pretty trim.
Now, if his face was leaner before, his face has got like
some
puff. I don't know what's happening. Oh, he's nervous. Oh, Ding is super nervous, dude.
Yes, Skibix. When you play against an opponent, you know what your past record with them is. Even if you haven't researched it, it's definitely on your mind. And I would say often it's more important than the ratings, you know? Like, if you've played somebody a few times, if you've got a negative score against them, it doesn't matter that you're higher rated. If you've got a positive score against them, it doesn't matter that you're lower rated. It's really, there's a kind of person versus person matchup and initiative to a matchup, as if you're playing a slow match over the years that you know each other.
All right, David, I want to just go back and you know, obviously we're doing this without the computer. I want to tell you the moves that I thought were funky for Gukesh. I didn't like the plan with castles bishop f2, so that was move 15, 16. I was uncertain about queen e2, but I don't necessarily have an improvement. And it was precisely because of the plan that was played. Then I feel like rook ac1 was a big gamble.
Yeah.
Right? Rook fc1, you could be playing for holding your coconuts together. Rook ac1 was like, here we go. And the problem was with rook ac1 was not just that the pawn on a2 is hanging, but then you have no ability to play bishop f1. Right? And then f5, I felt like queen d3, queen e1 was queen f4 was the only try. Because after bishop g5, it's just like your position's so nasty.
I mean, to me, this is just what really stands out. It looks like queen e1's a blunder, and it goes from a game to not a game. To me.
So rook takes c3 on the board.
Yep.
22 minutes left. You know, what's funnest to me about this, David, is I can tell you're so emotionally attached to Gukesh. It just breaks your heart, dude, that he's going to lose this first game.
Yeah. And I would have lost just the same. Like, he's playing basically all the moves I would have played. I've lost games like this before, too. Sometimes I just see the moves from my opponents, and I don't see the moves for me, and I just slowly walk into death.
And really, like, a huge issue now is like, dude, White doesn't even have any threats.
Nope. Nothing.
Like with the queen on e1, at least you had some weird dream of bishop d5 or I don't know what. And now that dream doesn't exist. It's gone.
Yeah.
With the bishop on f4, you don't have any dreams of rook c1. That's gone. All right, David, if I was going to play on in this position, I guess I would consider rook e1.
Okay. I wasn't seeing how, so yeah, show me how to keep going. Okay, rook e1.
It's really bad, though. Oh, my God. It's really, really bad. Now, rook e1, yeah.
Can you trade on c2 and take my f-pawn?
Probably, and my only thought there was at least then my bishop on g2 will do something. But let's just say it's pure suffering. It's pure suffering after rook e1. I'm just trying to come up with a move for the guy. If Gukesh could make the game last a little longer, then there's some practical hope, right, of somehow surviving.
Sure.
But I don't see it. It kind of, yeah, he's going to put, it seems like he's about to put you away. Oh, and I get props for knight b2, buddy.
Yep. You busted us. You busted us.
I saw that plan well before queen e2 was even played.
Forlorn trade on e6, but we can't even open the f file because our bishop on f2 is dominated.
So sometimes, you know, when I'm studying with KGB, he'll yell at me for moves that just feel to him like lack of coordination. And that was the whole thing with this castle short thing that happened. I was like, it doesn't coordinate the coconuts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, MC, that's what he's going to do, huh? He's going to play knight e2, knight f4 to get rid of that dominating bishop.
But on knight e2, you're just hanging your coconut on e5, right?
Yeah.
He's going to give it.
No choice.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's going to give it.
In terms of a practical play, buddy.
Yeah. Then maybe put the bishop on c5, but he's just going to trade first, so Ding has to commit to the bishop or the pawn, which each has its own plus or minus here. You know, but basically he's looking at a position like this. Fe, knight e2, queen e5. Ouch, in parentheses, right? Okay. Knight f4, queen f4, bishop c5, maybe queen g4, more ouches.
Also on knight e2, I just want to state the obvious that queen c2 looks like a great position for black. Let's just say the obvious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at this, Jesse. Look at this move on the board that I'm analyzing on. Man with head of dog. Queen takes h7.
Okay, boss, he played rook takes c3.
Yeah.
And now queen takes fe.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm way past the live position. Way past the live position. Did a whole bunch of funny business. But yeah, queen d4 seems to dispel the brilliance.
David, is there any at this point I'm not going to call him a cheapo merchant because you're desperate, but is there a trick here for black? Like could black make a mistake here after fe? I.e., is there a problem with either bishop e6 or fe6? Or, they seem to both be winning to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that there's
Okay, so I just say intuitively, I would normally like to play bishop e6, just
right.
free my dog. You got to calculate knight b5. Maybe that's your grief, knight b5. Of course, you have great moves like queen e5 after that. Knight b5, but anyways, that could be the issue you want to solve before you play bishop takes e6. F takes e6 looks completely winning to me. So that's also safe. But maybe Gukesh has got some kind of idea. I don't know.
Okay, elaborating on this crazy tactical line that Chad has been putting together. After queen d4 check, they want to play king h1 for white, with the idea that queen c5, there's queen h8, and rook h7, there'd be bishop d4. Or sorry, there'd still be rook f8 mate. But, I mean, black could play queen h4 check at that point. Trade the queen with check. And then bring the rook back to h8 or play bishop b5 or something.
Yeah, come on.
So it's going to be about a 3-pawn down endgame here. Approximately. Something in that range.
All right, fe6. Let's call that the safety move. fe6 was played.
Yeah, so being 3 pawns down is mega bad. Mega bad. Oh, the brutality. Knight e2. I'm gunning for that queen h7 variation.
At least he's got an idea. At least he's got an idea, buddy.
But it kind of forces black to win.
Well, I mean, what he was already winning.
Yeah.
If you're black here, at least you got to be a small smidgen worried. Small smidgen.
Yeah, as in not too much, huh?
Queen takes e5 was played.
Collects the pound. Collecting that pound.
It's hilarious with this queen h7 thing that you guys came up with. Just in that, it's like the queen on b1 is so bad, but the cheapo merchant, strikes from afar.
Got off the back rank at least. All right. Let's ask a simple question. What if, like, looking for some other move? Queen c2. Black can play bishop e3. And then You're back in the doghouse. Back to the drawing board. Does Gukesh have incredible fight in him in such a bad position?
Well, I'm sure he does, but there's not all that much you can do, even if you got incredible fight.
We get the next trade.
Well, David, as a fan, dude, I think this is kind of fun. It puts I'd still favor Gukesh for winning this match, but we got ourselves a spicy opening here. Ding gonna get a little confidence back.
Yeah.
Maybe believe in himself a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The press is gonna go loco with it.
Yeah. Loco. Ay, 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 ay.
Hi, Chihuahua.
What would Jesse eval this position? Jesse, if you had the evaluation bar up, what would you put?
It's lost -2.5 or something.
Yeah.
Our eval bar, I only have it going up to 2 because beyond that point, I kind of see it as not.
You don't even care.
Queen H7, by the way, is a move that anybody could blunder. So, even though it doesn't work here,
Yeah.
it is true that that's the kind of thing that a person could miss. I got just a stoic. I'm just watching it almost feels like the stream is frozen. He's so just sitting there. Yeah. Oh, this is a fun beginning to the game. One thing to say too is like, hooray for the French. And Black is, I guess, winning after 22 moves. Yeah. After 22 moves, bud. Yeah. Black stands winning after 22. It doesn't happen too young. Too often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so in chat, we've got one other suggestion for white. Bishop c5, queen g4, rook f3. I don't yet know what the point of it is. But that's the suggestion. Here's what MC says about the move. Queen f1 next could be dangerous. And queen h7 might work with the rook on f3. And I guess he didn't even mention rook takes a3, but Become One points out rook takes a3 idea, right? Why not get that pawn back? Yeah.
Okay.
So a simple move for black would be knight c4. Let's see if there's anything wrong with knight c4. How would queen h7 now work? I don't see how queen h7 would work.
Now let me just say, David, although it is like clear that white is lost here. Bishop c5, it looks kind of scary. There's some scare factor to it.
Yeah. I'm gonna try,
so whether it's like a rook f3 idea or something else.
I'm gonna try queen f1.
I'm not gonna resign yet.
Yeah. Okay. Bishop c6 to stop all the cheapos. Uh-oh. What can you do as a cheapo merchant if you have no cheapos left to sell?
Chihuahua.
What if we just played Rook F8 and took a perpetual? I'm down with that. That's a draw, I think. Just pretty elementary thing. It just goes like this. Boom. Boom. Oh, I put my queen on a square covered by the knight. So much for my perpetual. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so we have to go here. Then the king could come here. And there is a block now, huh? So we don't have anything there, do we? Okay, bishop c6. Simple move to get out of it. Okay, we've got rook f7 or rook f8. Let's try rook f7. Let's try rook f7.
That's interesting. Let's say something obvious. Like everybody would play just bishop C, besides Ding would just play bishop c5 in a heartbeat. Because then you're at least asking black the question: are you now? You're seeing queen h7. Are you going? Maybe he doesn't take on g4. He probably doesn't have to do something else. You know, he might have to take. I don't know, have to, but yeah, I want to take on g4. What else are you gonna do, Gukesh? What else are you gonna do, buddy?
Looks like he's gonna flag. I mean, physically, without the time, without the, he plays
Queen c2 was played. Queen c2 was played. And this sets up a cheapo merchant thing. If castles, then we have bishop c5 with Mr. Skelton.
Okay.
Okay, queen c2.
All right, here's the move, folks.
Well, maybe this is kind of interesting. So I think one idea could be that if queen g4, then maybe queen c7. That's kind of fun.
There's nothing fun about this game. Okay, you get this queen b8 threat.
A very basic move for black here could be queen c4.
After taking on g4 or without taking on g4?
I mean, first would be the easy question to ask, because like white, I don't know, he's not going to go anywhere. And then after queen c4, your queen moves somewhere. Then I castle and I say you're lost.
I agree.
That would be the easy way to play chess here.
That looks like the end. What on earth? Okay, queen c4.
I'm up 2 coconuts.
I know. Painfully aware of the coconut count.
No, queen c4 and castle short. That's the human approach to this position. I'm sure you probably could take on g4.
Ay, ay, ay.
But why?
Yeah.
I ain't thinking g4 later. I can take that pawn later.
That's rough. Got our first Ding celebrations in chat starting already, Jesse.
There's some interesting fan base for Ding, like among people of the depressed and the sad. They're like, he's our guy.
What? I think everybody likes him.
He's our guy.
But the sad people in particular.
The press gang, that's right. Apparently in our preview video, our video editor guy, Ludwig, you know, he's got a little bell that goes off sometimes. It's like to advertise the program or something. It goes ding, ding, ding. And apparently one of us said ding, and then that ding sound went off right at the same time.
Mm.
That's why we have 150 comments in the chat. Check.
Talking about the ding.
Talking about the ding, yeah. 146, yeah. Yep. Well, actually, I would say in terms of how Gukesh was going to play this match, I feel like at least two of the claims that I made were borne out. That the guy could think forever on certain moves, more than normal people would do, and that he would play offbeat variations, which is also I would call this variation against the French a little offbeat. But that he would know him well, and he definitely knew the opening better than Ding. He didn't play it well after that, and that's but still, you know, one of the problems too, like with these computer variations, you know, like when you look at something with the computer, you kind of like, okay, it's saying I have an advantage, I feel good, let's keep going, push it, let's see some variations. But then when you're sitting at the board with it, you're kind of like, what the F am I actually doing here? You know? Because like that Bishop F2 castles felt like just, oh, not correct mundo.
Yeah. Okay, maybe here, Jesse, he would trade the queen on c4 and then play bishop d4.
Okay.
You don't really care much, right?
It's a thought. Sure, you could try it. It's true. It's true. No, that's probably the kind of thing that Ding is calculating right now.
Yeah. So one move I thought of was e5, and then I was going to go bishop d5, e4, bishop c4, bishop g4, rook to f7 or f4, and claim that I was only down one coconut, which is so much better than 3.
True. Okay. So maybe this queen c2 is kind of sort of a little interesting. I mean,
Black could also play rook f8.
I just want to say the obvious. If we get a situation where it is not completely winning for Black, then Gukesh has a chance because, you know, Ding is down to almost 1 minute to move himself. It's not so, you know, mistakes can be made. I do think queen g4, queen c7 is something, if I'm Black, I don't want to look at that position. It's just too scary.
Although even then you've got queen c4 maybe, right? Oh, he's done something. He's done something. Queen c4.
No, there on queen c4, I'd have bishop c5, David, and then you'd be in real trouble. Queen c4 happens. I think I'm with you. I think queen takes is probably the best. Queen c4 followed by bishop d4. Maybe we can keep playing this position. Like, i.e., maybe we don't have to resign right away. No, I think you're going to get props for that, bud. Because intuitively, it just feels like, you take back with the queen, you got absolutely nothing. But you got bishop d4, you're still kind of sort of in the game.
Yeah. I mean, what else are we doing, right? If we move our queen in Black castles, then there's literally nothing wrong with Black's position.
Right.
He played queen d2. So this was the other move I looked at, and if you weren't down 2 pawns, this would be the normal move, right? You would just go to a dark square with your queen. But here he castles, and like, what? What?
Okay, hold on, David. Hold on. He's asking like, he's like, I prefer not to suffer. And on castles, he wants rook c1.
What does that do?
I don't know, buddy. I'm trying to help you out.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just also want to understand something. Tell me something.
I thought your move queen takes was at least a chance to try to keep playing, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, so the problem is that I see is on castles, let's just say rook f1. I don't know what else your idea would be.
I mean, there's
And
two
then,
different coconuts to choose from here. Incredible.
also queen D3 is just simple move too. Or just I would play queen D3, David.
You wouldn't even take any coconuts.
I mean, I already got two of your
You got so
coconuts. I don't
many.
need a lot more.
I know you got a lot of coconuts.
That's the easy way right there, right?
It's the painful way. It is the very painful way.
And then you're gonna play something sad like queen E1, and then my knight's gonna come to C4 and say good night.
Chat says or rook F2. Let's see that for a second.
Probably.
Rook F2. Oh!
Oh, rook F2, boss. That's a nice move. Welcome to the dojo. Welcome to the dojo.
Oh, it doesn't get any worse than that. Yeah.
But let me just say, allowing castling, you just might as well resign right there. That was the one thing we had going.
Yeah, I agree. Once he castles, you can resign. It's like, what?
David, what was it the candidates tournament where they also did this thing with no increment for the first time control? I feel like that's what it was, because I remember having this interesting madness before. And it is exciting, yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah, which I mean, okay, I think is silly and all for this event, and maybe a dangerous problem for Gukesh because he's in the habit of getting so low that he lives off the increment. But I mean, it has nothing to do with the loss this game, right? I mean, this game is just I don't know what he's doing this game. That's the problem this game. I don't know what he's doing.
Well, let's say this, my friends. Ding is going to castle. So we do know that. That's a no-brainer right there, buddy. We're going to castle. Oh.
Yeah. Ay. Wow. Well, that was a lesson, that first game there. Knight B2, Queen C4. What are you doing, buddy? You've got space, but what are you doing?
Oh, dang. What are you thinking about, bud?
I heard the sound of two pieces moving as one. And Gukesh didn't resign. He played some move.
Bishop D4. Okay. We are not going to resign. Okay, David, let me just say Bishop D4. At least you gotta worry a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta worry a little bit. Rook F1, Bishop F1. Definitely, I don't want to play Queen A2 because Queen G5, and then I'm just sad with everything. Mm-hmm. So, Knight D3 happened.
Knight D3. He was ready. No rook trade.
Yeah. And they'll say the obvious, the bishop is hanging.
Yeah. There's Bishop G7 maybe as the point here. Yeah. That's what I feel.
At least it's interesting. At least
Bishop G7. But then Rook F1, Bishop F1, Queen G4.
Mm-hmm.
And that just looks like the end.
My friend, yeah.
That just looks like the end. Ugh, so maybe that's not the point. Knight D3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is rough.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still inside the guy's squares, right? In addition to having the coconuts. He's still on these beautiful, beautiful squares and moments away from playing E5 and stuffing those bishops.
The poet's in the chat, boss. And he's saying, Somebody said one of these players is 22nd in the world. David, I thought he was 23. I thought that's what you said.
Yeah,
He's 23.
yeah, 23. Pretty similar. You know, being second or third makes a real big difference, but once you're down in the 20s, it's not that big a difference.
Oh man.
Ay. Brutally bad first game for Gukesh, my boy. Just awful.
Is this where we ask chat for a follow? David won't do it because he's afraid of capitalism or something like that. So I'm gonna say, give us a follow. We need something. We need a little help.
I think we've got some follows. Just yeah.
Actually, after this game, Gukesh will fall down to maybe 5 in the world. I think we'll go back up to 20 or something.
Yeah, it'd be like, oh man.
So that's a thing.
The challenger's rated so low now. Queen e3. Oh, he didn't allow e5 just yet. I mean, maybe he still allowed e5. But
45 seconds left, my friends. No increment.
7 moves, 5 seconds per move. I mean, he can't even write down the moves anymore.
I like Queen e3 from a combative perspective. You know, just don't make it easy for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you know, it's a huge time advantage, but still, it's only 6 minutes for seven moves or something. You know, not so easy.
Yeah.
I like Queen e3 at least, so now Black has to think about it a little bit.
I mean, they can probably still play e5, right? Sack a pawn, trade a piece, take g4.
I'm gonna guess that there are just multiple moves here.
Well, yeah, there's multiple moves. How did you figure that out, dog?
But he has to think about it is the point. That's the nice thing about Queen e3. Now, at least Black has to kind of worry a little bit. But e5 looks crushing. Yeah.
Why do you need to write moves? That's just always been the rules in FIDE tournaments from before DGT boards.
All right, a move was played. I saw something happen here.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, actually, no, I take it back. When I look at the stream, it kind of pauses, so I got to refresh it.
My chess.com thinks Gukesh spent 2 minutes and 50 seconds on Queen e3.
That's what it says to me, too.
It's like 4 times as much time as he has left on the one move.
I like Queen e3, dude. At least it's making Ding worry about e5 and the bishop on g2 touching his coconuts, you know.
Okay. If you say so, boss.
But what else do you want him to do?
I don't know. I don't know. Something better earlier in the game. I mean, e5 is just the most straightforward move.
The other thing about e5 is on bishop e5, conceivably rook e8 will even just win the piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was just thinking that same little thought.
It's unnecessary, but, you know.
Right. Yeah, I thought, I predicted the advanced variation at move 3 incorrectly. Maybe next time we'll get it.
Mm-hmm. So, rook takes, bishop takes, and then e5.
And queen over to g4, right? Cruising.
Because I'm rolling. They're hating.
Mm-hmm.
Riding dirty.
Just because you're white and nerdy.
All right.
Oh,
So
Cry is here now. Stream got 100% better. Cry's been here for hours. Cry saw the final position of this game an hour and a half ago in analysis.
That's right, buddy. All right, so now this happened pretty quickly. Bishop G2, Bishop F5. This has been planned. This is the planned execution here.
Oof.
Because I'm rolling. They're hating.
Yeah.
This is what we call back in the day, we would say this is the pawn and the compensation.
Pawn and the compensation.
Excuse me, the pawns plural and the compensation.
The pawns. Oh, it's too much. So much, too much. He might make time control. Jesus. He'd be better off flagging than playing another hour of this.
All right, so we got a bunch of moves.
Yeah.
Basic moves from Black, just holding it together. Classic chess. This one, yeah, you don't need to be a genius to do this one. He's about to flag. He's going to flag. You might as well flag. It's a good way to go out.
Yeah.
Because I'm rolling. They're hating.
Wow. Queen H1.
Queen H1? Is that really what happened?
I mean, he's allowing it. He made time control, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, he made time control. Yeah, there's no compensation. Bishop H3. Now, Ding laid Queen D1 went down with a little bit of force, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like whack. Well, let's just say the obvious. Even if it was White's move here, it would still be completely lost.
Yeah, there'd be nothing to do. Nothing to do.
All right, so Ding just has to make one move.
Yeah. And I think I might go take 1 hour of sleep before the kids get up.
That's fair. I could take over.
You want to take over and...
I feel like it would be respectable for Dude to resign in your presence, though. You've been following him this whole time. You know, he should give up and say, David, I'm sorry, buddy. I gave him my all, but now you can go rest. Yeah. Queen C2 was played.
Do you think he's heading for the A2 pawn?
He might just take it there. Why not?
The thing, George, about Ding doubters is that probably most Ding doubters like Ding. They just, I mean, he was one of the Ding doubters. Are you trying to say that Ding's in shambles right now himself? I mean, he doubted himself. Doesn't mean that they didn't like him. You know, they're not. It's not hate.
I would. Yeah. Yeah, body language from Gukesh is finally like, you know, it's that when you got the tension and then it goes slack.
Oh yeah,
you know, slack. You know that feeling. You know,
I know it. I know it all.
And Ding's looking up at him like, "Boss, it's time to give it up."
Mm-hmm. Like, is there anything left that you're playing for? No, didn't think so.
It looks like they've given him new score sheets or something.
Oh God.
Or did he resign?
That's another time people often resign, folks. It's like right before you need a new score sheet. You're like, nope, not worth it.
It looks like Ding has to fix his score sheet. Like maybe he got something wrong and they're like, boss, you got it wrong. I had that happen to me at the US Senior where I missed a move or something. And then because you have to get the score right, then you have to fix it on your time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We got King G3 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Gukesh had just seconds. It's possible that he stopped recording. I mean, he didn't go.
No, it was Ding. Ding was the one whose score sheet was messed up.
Oh, really? Oh, that's weird. You think it'd be
possible? It's so easy to make when you're stressed out to make like you miss a move or whatever.
Yeah.
You know. So I just want to speak to the psychological joy of black when you get to play h6 in a position like this and your light square bishop controls all the weak squares. It's just very pleasant. It's like, oh, you're not gonna do nothing to me, mouse.
No,
Nothing at all.
never. It's
Now
anchored. It's radiating.
it's radiating. And now Queen A2, there's probably a way to play for mate, but I would just take on A2. It's just so pleasant because there's just white's doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah. I guess to clarify, folks, in general, I think you can stop recording when you have no time on the clock. You just wouldn't be able to make a claim of, threefold repetition or 50 move rule or whatever it might be.
That's actually I would be interested in knowing that. So that's the USCF rule.
That's the
Is it
USCF rule that I grew up on.
But I don't know
for
about
sure.
FIDE because it's quite yeah, that's a thought. It seems so. One of the weird things about this time control, though, right, is that would point to some of the weird discrepancies. Like at one point, you'd be able to not, if that were the case, to not take score, and then after you get more time, and now they're going to get increment, then they don't have to. Then they do have to, rather. That's weird. David, don't you think you would resign here, buddy, after Queen A2?
Jesse, fire up your OBS.
Well, what I'm saying is, do we really think it's going to be more than 5 minutes here?
In another 5 minutes, I'll have less than an hour to sleep. And it won't even be worth
it. Okay, boss. Okay, hold on. Let me get it ready.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll give me a chance. Oh, shoot. To try out the eval bar and just go straight up to the heavens.
They're asking for it. There have been people asking about the eval bar.
Yeah, we're going to get that going. Okay. Oh, and he hasn't sent me the template, though.
Okay.
Do you have the template, boss?
I don't have a particular template. I just have a black background, and then I put some things on it.
Oh, you did that. It wasn't DM Hokey to sent you that?
Oh, maybe he gave me this outline that our heads are in. Let me see. I've got a template somewhere, but I don't know if you want my template. My template says I am David Pruce in it. You can have it if you want.
Because I'm rolling. Okay, I just go Dojo game review. No, I don't know. It won't be so pleasant.
Hokey's on the scene, so he's going to send you a base outline if you...
Oh, he's going to send me base outline? Okay.
But you should be able to use, base it off of any scene you have right now. Any template.
Well, this would be a good one if he sends me it, because then I can, while we're waiting for the resignation, I can test drive the eval bar and other things like that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Stop temporizing. Fire up your OBS. I gotta go.
Okay, he hasn't sent me anything. He hasn't sent me anything. No.
Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Cheers, MC. Thanks for hanging out there.
Because I'm rolling.
And Ding just went for the kill with the A pawn. I mean, at some point, you're up a couple pawns, but you have to push someone over the brink, I guess, if they won't resign, right? So, takes on A2, and then he's got to bring his queen back before Gukesh comes up with some kind of threat, but I don't even see where he would make a threat, so it looks sound on Ding's part.
I'm almost there, bro. Almost there.
Yeah, folks, I will be back tomorrow night. Jesse will sit with you all and hold hands until the resignation. Oh.
All right, boss. I guess I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Yeah. Hit it, dog.
All right.
I'm out, folks. Don't go anywhere if you're on Twitch. Just refresh. If you're on YouTube, you might need to find a new link to Jesse's stream, so you might have to go back to the channel and then it'll pop up Has a lot
And
of things.
I'll review some of the key moments here too. Maybe we'll even turn that into a short recap vid.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. Later.
All right. Bye.
Congrats to Ding as well.